is the main thrust of Uganda's economic growth. Increased employment and growth opportunities, direct and indirect jobs within the ICT sector. The total number of referral hospitals has increased to 181. The road network has improved greatly. The installed power generation capacity of the energy sector has increased more than sixfold since the early 2000s. This year's celebration will be held on 9th October at Kololo Independence Grounds. Long live Uganda, for God and my country.
Lovely morning to you on this special day, the 9th of October, this very year, where we celebrate our independence, and this is the 60th anniversary of Uganda. Now, happy independence once again, wherever you are. This is a very important day in the history of our country, because it was on this very date that we got our independence. Well, as an African person, we begin by saying good morning to you. But of course, independence being the talk of the day, I began by that warm greeting, which is Happy Independence. I'm Robert Chirabo Nyonyitono. Welcome to this special edition. Now, like I told you, today, everybody globally on the African continent, we are talking about Uganda making 60 years of our independence. What does this mean to a country like Uganda? It means that 60 years back, on this very date, on the 9th of October, 1962, Uganda, that was a British protectorate, now became an independent state. This meant that Uganda became a country recognized globally. You must remember that it was in 1888 when this lovely motherland, Uganda, was colonized, that is by the Britain under the Imperial British East African Company. They ruled us. They planned, protected, and everything was in the hands of the British, our colonial masters. Now, on this very day, we saw the Union Jack. Those that remember very well, or that were there, because we must accept there are people that are living up to today. One of them I interacted with even before coming here is Captain Francis Babu. He was around, and he can tell, and even participated as a young kid in serving eats and drinks that were served on that day. So the Union Jack, which was the flag indicating how we were a British protectorate, was put down, and we saw our national flag being raised. The anthem, God Bless the Queen, that we used to sing on any formal ceremony, was also no longer our anthem, and we had the national anthem. Now today, those viewing this program, I have just 3 questions that if you can reply them, I'll be very, very happy on our various social media platforms. 1, I want you to give me the name of the person who composed the Uganda national anthem. And I want to believe this is primary. The name of the person who composed our national anthem. I know my team is looking around. The name of the person who designed the Uganda flag. Those two names. But also, where do we find the Independence Monument of Uganda? Where do we find the Independence Monument of Uganda? As we celebrate 60 years of independence, I will not tell you or ask you to sing our national anthem, because I know that is going to be played at Kolo Ceremonial Grounds today. But just give me the name of the person who composed the Uganda national anthem, the name of the person who designed the Uganda national flag, and also tell me, where do we find the Independence Monument of Uganda? At 60, those are things, because they're our symbols that show an independent state. That is why when we were getting independence, when our first Prime Minister, Dr. Milton Obote, was given instruments of power from then the governor, we had our flag raised up as a symbol of an independent state. We had our national anthem played as a symbol of an independent state. That is why I just want you to help me tell me the name of the person who composed the national anthem and that one who designed the national flag. But also, where in Uganda do we find our Independence Monument? Now, today, like I told you earlier, it is a very big ceremony, and the celebrations are going to be held at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds. And this year's theme is a very interesting one, because it is October 9th, Declaration of Africa Interdependency, our shared destination. For 2 years, we did not celebrate our independence that we are celebrating today because of COVID-19. It was for selected very few guests, and of course it was a blended one. We had physical attendance of very, very limited guests, but also we had it virtually broadcasted on TV stations, UBC TV and our sister radio stations, but also on social media. Now, it is after 2 years that we are going to be celebrating our independence. This time, we are expecting 800 invited guests. Attendance is strictly by invitation at Kolo Ceremonial Grounds. So if you're not among the 800 invited guests, that means you have no business at Kolo Ceremonial Grounds. We shall only follow these on our various electronic, and of course later the print media will give you what will happen. But UBC will be here to give you everything as it unfolds that is at Kolo Ceremonial Grounds. Now, what is interesting about this time is that we've invited a number of guests, and already 5 heads of state have arrived in Kampala, that is in Uganda. The first to arrive was the President of the Republic of Kenya, newly elected President William Ruto. He arrived yesterday, followed by that of Burundi. We have the President of South Sudan with us. We have the President of the Republic of Tanzania, among many that were invited. All presidents within the East African member states were invited, and so far I can tell you that of Kenya is in Uganda. I can confirm that of South Sudan is in Uganda. I can confirm that also a president from Somalia. I can also confirm among His Excellencies that have arrived as invited. We already have, that is His Excellency Ndishimiye Everest, that is of the People's Republic of Burundi. We have Kenya's President, William Ruto. We have Somalia President. He's already in the country. That is Hassan Mohamed Sheikh. We have South Sudan's President, Salva Kiir. Zanzibar President, Dr. Hassan Ali Mwinyi. And we believe more will be attending this day. And looking on the screen, that is the arrival of presidents that are already in the country to celebrate with us this joyous moment as we celebrate 60 years of independence, where Uganda has been running its affairs politically, socially, economically. And these 60 years of independence, of course, there's so much to celebrate. Well, those are the presidents, arriving. That is Salva Kiir of South Sudan. He jetted in yesterday, and you can see the VIP welcome that he received earlier on, and now here we see the arrival of yet another president. I can tell you 5 are already in the country as we speak, and they will be at Kololo ceremonial grounds, and they're here to celebrate with us our achievements at 60 years. Well, in the evening later, they were hosted by their host, President Museveni, at Munyonyo. That is the President of Kenya, William Ruto, landing on Ugandan soil. That was yesterday, to celebrate with us today our 6th independence, greatly on the theme that is October 9th, Declaration of Africa Interdependency and our shared destination. What does that mean? That this year we are focusing at strengthening, that is Africa interdependency, how we can depend on each other to be more independent, but also better propel the prosperity of Africa, having a shared destination, that Africa can run its affairs, that Africa can develop, that Africa can shine and be that great country. Well, away from the guests that arrived in the country, and we'll be letting you of more who will be arriving. Like I told you, His Excellency hosted them at Speak Resort Munyonyo for a dinner with other dignitaries, of course, that attended, because remember, some heads of state may not attend in person, but they'll send delegations to be there. But for our Ugandan counterpart, remember, going at Kololo ceremonial grounds is strictly by invitation, and if you weren't invited, please do not go to Kololo. Yes, and one of the other things also to note is standard operating procedures will be observed. According to the statement we have, that standard operating procedures are going to be observed to the latter at Kololo ceremonial grounds as we are celebrating. Well, 60 years of independence, so many questions have been asked. We got our independence from the British on this very date. And yes, a national anthem was played, the Union Jack went down, and we raised our beautiful Uganda flag. But have we moved? Well, we had an interview with one of the people that I believe really has seen Uganda through a lot of things. And allow me now, when we come back, I'll be giving you more of the journey, the leaders that have ruled this country from 1962 till date, and what have we achieved over this time. But just also to remind you that later on, we'll be connecting to Kololo ceremonial grounds, where our team will be there to give you all the live coverage, events as they will be unfolding at Kololo ceremonial grounds. But we now go to this wonderful interview with Professor Asen Ramihoto Sema, and I'll return shortly after this interview.
First of all, I started as an agricultural assistant for only 4 months. Then I was taken for further studies, and I worked at Department of Agriculture. And I worked as an assistant agriculture officer for 1 year and a half. Then I went further and I got a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. And the Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, I spent more years in that. Then I also served when I had a Master of Science in Agriculture. But I worked for my country. For example, in 2005, in Makerere, I told them, I have helped this place, we established this, but I would like to go and help my own region. And that's when I was asked to start Mount Museveni University. And I started Mount Museveni University. And when I started it, I had to do research in the whole region and see what actually can be done in the Rwenzori region. And I did that and we had to answer that. So we started Mount Museveni University. And I actually came with about 5 people, the best, who had got first class from Makerere. And I started teaching with them. They were my teaching assistants. And we started Mount Museveni University. And the Mount Museveni University grew from what it was, we started from 0 to what it is today. But in 2015, I decided that I should hand over and then retire so that others can take over. So I retired. And when I retired, I started at home to see what I can do and improve myself. So, but what you should note is that each time I retired, I was giving room to others so that they can grow. I think what I can tell you is that there are things which, strictly speaking, agriculture has gone almost to 0. Huh? We are growing cotton, I don't see it. The coffee, if you go, I think the coffee we have is only around the Rwenzori region and also in Mbare. But there was coffee everywhere. See? So there's a problem. This is why I was telling you that there is a deterioration on coffee. Cotton is gone, it's not there. So that's why I was telling you that we should start industrialization of agriculture and make sure that agriculture can grow and get us more. But as I tell you now, agriculture is not the way I left it, strictly speaking. You see, to me, what matters is actually the individual. The way you look at things and the way you receive things and the way you respond to the things. As I told you, is that I finished O-level before independence. And I worked with the whites, and I worked with all the regimes. With Rure, with Naisa, I worked with them, you know. And I saw the difficulties you have. For example, I worked with Amin for 9 years. And as far as I know, actually, because the time he sent me to Karamoja, because he came actually to the office, he said, you are qualified in this, you should be the one to go and teach the Karamoja people. And I was there for 3 months. And I can assure when he came there to see what I was doing, that's when he found them naked and he gave them 2 weeks to dress up. So I think what is important is not how difficult the leadership is how do you accommodate and work with I think that is what is important. And again, because I had the objective to make agriculture grow. And I think that's what I was doing, because, for example, when I started a radio program called calling the farmers, was that we should use the radio so that the farmers can get the information. And it was helping. So what is actually important is that no matter what bad leadership you have, how do you accommodate and how do you work with to make the country grow? For example, now, the problem which we have now is that agriculture, in fact, I heard somebody talking about agriculture, that agriculture cannot make the economy grow. And I was wondering why that person cannot say that, when we say that agriculture is the backbone of this country. So what is important, for example, if we industrialize agriculture, for example, we have avocado. If, for example, in Fort Portal we had a factory of avocado, we would get the oil from it. You know, women who use the oil and what not. We would have medicine. There are a lot of things we can have with that. So we can actually, if we industrialize agriculture, every crop to have a factory, we can have added value, which will bring foreign exchange here, which will provide the job opportunities for the younger ones to stop them from roaming around, and then we shall grow. Agriculture, if you have a factory for every crop and you add value, you will bring foreign exchange to be able to get things from outside. You will also get job opportunities, and the country will grow. I think that's why we are having a fundamental problem. We can celebrate, but with some agony, that there are things which are not going well. As far as I know, agriculture is not doing well at all, and somebody can quote me. I have written books. I've written books, and I have done a lot of research, and that's why I am the only one in Uganda that is called Professor Emeritus. It's not a nickname. Professor Emeritus is a distinguished scholar. So there is something which I can tell you, which is a very serious matter. If we give freedom does not mean that I give freedom and you do bad things. And that's a problem we have. What we call in Rutoro, obugabe. Obugabe tikimanyisa ubwireme. No. And that's the problem we have. We have been given so much freedom that the freedom has made us misbehave. And there are a number of things which we are not doing. Whereas actually we should be very strict and make sure that the things which we are supposed to do, we do them well. If we don't, you are punished for it. Are you getting me? And I don't like that liberty. We have been given so much liberty that the liberty has spoiled everything, and we are actually, that's a problem. Freedom does not mean that we misbehave. If we misbehave, I think as we celebrate the 60 years, we should be even more human than we were before. Because if during our time, for example, when I was young, if somebody comes to beat you up and you say, excuse me, Mubundu. He would relax and he would not. But today, if you say you have the panga, we'll cut you and throw the neck. That's not being human. So we have lost the humanity. And that's my main concern. That we should keep our humanness rather than entering misbehavior. And the younger ones should respect themselves by not misbehaving. And they should respect others as they respect themselves. So we need discipline. And that discipline will let us grow much better.
Once again, welcome back from that interview with Professor Asen Ramiheto Semana, talking about our journey of 60 years of independence. Indeed, we have so many reasons to celebrate as a country. Just remind you, the main celebrations will be at Kololo Ceremonial Grounds, and His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, is expected to be the chief guest as we celebrate 60 years. But just a reminder, we have 5 presidents already in the country that jetted in to be part of these celebrations. We have Burundi's Evariste Ndiyishimiye. We also have Kenya's President, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. We have Somalia's president is in the country to celebrate with us 60 years of independence, and that is Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, is already in Uganda. South Sudan president, that is Salva Kiir, is also in the country to celebrate with us, and Zanzibar's president, that is Hassan Ali Mwinyi, also in Uganda to celebrate with us, among other dignitaries. Many countries have sent delegations, and they will be at Koro celebrating with us. Now, this is a national holiday. So today, despite being a Sunday, is a public holiday. And this is a national event. Regardless of who you are, what political affiliation you are, what religion you are, we are all celebrating 60 years of independence. Because when independence was given to us and Uganda was declared a free state in the international community, that was in 1962, on the 9th of October. It was independence for every Ugandan, for all of us Ugandans. Regardless of anything, we all received our independence. And what is important, that this is the first we are celebrating in a period of 2 years. Just remind you that we were not celebrating independence because of COVID-19. We had specifically few people in attendance. It was a blended of attendance and virtual. Now, today we are having 800 invited guests celebrating at Koro Ceremonial Grounds. Just remind you, if you aren't invited, please, this is strictly upon invitation this time around. Please desist from going to Kololo. But also, this year we are having a theme that looks at greatly Africa's integration and interdependency. And the theme for this year's celebration is October 9th, a declaration of African interdependency, and our shared destination. Well, His Excellency has always been talking about common market, East Africa integration, Africa's ability, a shared vision to use our relationship, because all countries in this continent, we are more or less brothers bordering each other, but we have a great potential as this continent. Now, I earlier told you, please, this is just testing our mind. Where is the Independence Monument found in Uganda? Where is the Independence Monument found in Uganda? Please go to our Twitter handle, go to our Facebook page, send me a message. Let me know where is the Independence Monument found in Uganda, but also who composed Uganda's national anthem. Just send us the name on our Twitter handle, who composed Uganda's national anthem, and also the person who designed Uganda's flag. I know these could be late, but who are these people that composed the anthem and designed our flag? Now, 60 years of independence, Uganda has had a journey. And one of the things is that we've had a number of leaders since independence that have led this country, right from the first Prime Minister, that is Dr. Apollo Milton Obote. Remember, he wasn't the first president of Uganda, but he was the first Prime Minister of Uganda. Because by the time of independence, we did not have a president. We only got a president a year later. We had a transitional period, much as Dr. Milton Obote received the instruments of power, but we had a transitional period. So our first president was Sir Edward Mutesa II. Now, Sir Edward Mutesa was president of the Republic of Uganda from October, that is 1983, to the 2nd of March, 1966. Soon after independence, a year later, we got our first president, who only ruled from 9th October, 1963 to 2nd of March, 1966. Now, this wasn't a peaceful ending. Away from, after we had Sir Edward Mutesa II as the first president of Uganda, we then had Apollo Milton Obote first. Some people call that Obote Yasoka then, because he did for 2 times. So Milton Obote was president of Uganda. Those that remember very well, he took over this country on the 15th of April, 1966 to the 25th of January, 1971. Taking over from Sir Edward Mutesa, this wasn't a peaceful transition. So we are trying to analyze, since we got independence, our political journey as a country, because these are some of the things that determine why Uganda is where it is today. We want to look at the social, we want to look at the political and the economic environment of Uganda. And now we are looking at our second president, that was Dr. Apollo Milton Obote, who took power on the 15th of April, 1966 to the 25th of January, 1971. It wasn't a peaceful ending for him. There came Idi Amin Dada. Now, this was a coup, Idi Amin Dada, from January 1971, and he ruled or governed this country till 11th of April 1979. What a spell of time. It was a coup. After taking over Milton Obote, Amin was also overthrown. And we had Yusuf Chironde Rule. Now, Yusuf Chironde Rule, a very interesting one there. He took power, he became president. That was on the 13th of April, 1979. Ugandans now were under a new leadership up to 20th of June, 1979. What does that mean? Less than 4 months, he was overthrown. In a short period, less than 4 months, I think he ruled our country for slightly 3 months, from April to June. We had another president that same year, Yusuf Chironde Rule. We are looking at our journey politically of these 60 years. Then Yusuf Rule was over, we had now Godfrey Rukongwa Binaisa. This one takes over on the 20th of June, 1979, till the 12th of May, 1980. Now I know some around there. 1980, maybe there could be those who were born around that time, and now in this generation that we need to give this this history very, very well. Now, between Yusuf Rule and Godfrey Binaisa, these were governments, these were leaders that came into power. They may not have directly participated in these coups that were happening, because since independence till we were seeing coup by coup by coup, not peaceful transition of power. Now from Yusuf Chironde Lule, we had Godfrey Binaisa, then Dr. Apollo Milton Obote once again surfaced as president. That was on the 12th of December 1980, and he took on until 27th of July 1985. This was a coup. No peaceful transfer of power, no meaningful elections. This is after the white man had said on the 9th of October 1962 that now Uganda, we hand Uganda back to you, for you to rule yourselves, for you to govern yourselves, to determine the destiny of your country. Look at that period. It was coup after coup. From Dr. Milton Obote, we see Tito Okello Lutwa. Now, Tito Okello Lutwa was president from the 29th of July 1985 till the 26th of January 1986, and that is where we see the current government, the NRM, taking power. Until today, it has been the National Resistance Movement in power. Here, so much has happened under the National Resistance Movement leadership that has ruled this country up to now, almost 36 years in power. We've had democratic changes of one government, of course, remains the same government, but every 5 years we go to the elections and we have elections where Ugandans come. It is not change of power or change of a presidential tenure through the gun, but through a democratic process. So that is Uganda's journey in terms of politics. Many times when we talk about 60 years, we have so many comparisons that we make with many countries, but we forget the different political terrains and how they have affected economic, social transformation of performance of our country. When you look at all these governments since 1962, it has not been a smooth sail. It has been coup after coup after coup. We even had a president, like I told you, who ruled for less than or almost ruled for 3 months. Now, what does that mean to a country? That after 1986, we've had now years of consistent peace, tranquility, and development. That is why when we talk about the development of our country, now in terms of the economy, one will tell you that Uganda's GDP per capita has increased. That is, it has increased now and stands at, that is 3.7 million per person per year. Our GDP per capita has increased and now stands at 3.7 per person per year. Economic growth has also increased and averaging at, that is 1.6% since 1986. Why do we look at Uganda more so since 1986? The reasons I've given you. That the previous governments, there is little that we can look at, not because we didn't have leadership, but because of the instability or the instability that was in these times. Today, when we talk about Uganda in the terms of peace, border to border, apart from some pockets that would be of criminality here and there, sometimes where some people say certain actions that are taken, but these may not be institutionally led or by some few individuals, but by and large, Uganda is a safe and sound country which is stable. We have been able to ensure that the security in on the African continent. For example, Uganda has not let any other country in terms of need for stability go to the dogs. We have, with our other brothers on this African continent, gone on various peace missions. In South Sudan, Uganda has been there to restore peace and order. In Somalia, under the armed forces, Uganda is there to ensure there is peace. In DRC, where our brothers call on us anytime we are ready, and we will not forget when we went there to ensure that the ADF does not use that as a safe haven to come and attack us. So we have seen economic, we have seen political growth, we've seen peace and stability, and as we celebrate 60 years of independence, one can say indeed Uganda has grown, Uganda has achieved, Uganda is worth 60 years of existence. Now also we must understand that this year our main focus is now on Africa and East Africa. That is why the theme even for today is very, very clear when it comes to that. And all presidents within the East African community member states were invited, and I'm glad to tell you that 5 have already confirmed their presence, but also arrived in the country to be part of these national celebrations. I want to emphasize the word national celebrations because this independence is for all of us as Ugandans. It was given to Uganda. The British handed instruments of power to then Prime Minister Dr. Milton Obote on behalf of all Ugandans. May his soul rest in peace. And I've told you, we first began with a Prime Minister. We didn't have a president until 1963 through a process many call democratic, that then Kabaka of Uganda, Sir Edward Mutesa II, became the first president of the Republic of Uganda. Uganda is now an independent state. Our laws are no longer made in the UK and passed upon us. We have a parliament, fully fledged parliament, where the laws that govern this country. Economically, we've made strides. Those that remember in terms of giving you GDP per capita, but also if we remember what we had in our treasuries and what we have now, those statistics usually give us from 1986, what did we have and what are we collecting today. All those show success when it comes to the journey of Uganda. But I'll be going for a short break, and when we return, we shall be having an interview with Dr. Ruhakana Rugunda, one of our prime ministers, former prime minister, on Uganda at 60. We'll return shortly.
First of all, I must thank the Almighty that the 60 years after independence, He has kept some of us still around. In 1962, when independence came, I was in primary 8. I know that primary 8 is something new for you, the young generation, but those were the years when it was being phased out, so that we have a clear primary education for 7 years and then go to secondary education. But the memories are that the colonial days were not as oppressive in Uganda as they were in the colonies like Kenya or in Southern Africa, where racism was a major issue. We therefore were able to transition from colonialism to independence without too much adjustment. On the contrary, the systems more or less continue to function reasonably okay, but this time under African leaders, African president, African ministers, and gradually in other positions, African permanent secretaries. Uganda really took off and took off well until a few years afterwards, when conflicts within the political class in Uganda caused problems for the population and for the country. And we have continued to reap from those problems created for many years that have followed. Well, really, as you very well know, the British aristocratic and the political system is controlled by religious influence. You must have listened to the swearing of King Charles III when he said that one of his tasks is to protect Protestantism, to protect religion. So from London, the headquarters of colonialism in our case, that practice was introduced in our country, so that religion, and in the case of Uganda, the Protestant religion, controlled the key positions in government and endeavored to impart that influence, that domination, if you want, in the country. So it was a colonial legacy that was impacting on Uganda. And indeed, the fight against sectarian politics and sectarianism is a long one. You can see this has been going on since the colonial days, the beginning of colonial days. And so our generation, the previous generation that rationalized schools in Uganda, and your generation as young people must continue to combat, to uproot these seeds of sectarianism. At independence, Uganda was dominated by the British policy. The Ugandan policy before independence was really what Britain said. And so, at independence, Uganda had a number of targets: consolidate national independence, promote Pan-Africanism, and promote East African cooperation. In fact, the more dramatic way of putting it, in as far as African cooperation is concerned, is to remind you of what Nyerere said before the independence of Tanganyika. He announced that Tanzania, or Tanganyika at that time, was ready to postpone its independence in order to wait for Kenya and Uganda to gain independence at the same time. Therefore, there was commitment to Pan-Africanism, there was commitment to East African collaboration, and really commitment to show that Africa was at long last in charge of her own affairs. Relationship after independence with the neighboring countries actually it was a good relationship within East Africa in particular. It went on for quite some time until there were really serious problems in the DRC, and there was a struggle for liberation or struggle against Mobutu by the patriotic forces, and eventually it spilled over to Uganda. That's when Gibenye and a number of other liberation leaders interacted with Ugandan leaders, and that's how the gold crisis developed. You'll have time to read about this, where the Ugandan leaders were accused to have collaborated with the rebel leaders in DRC in gold deals. But otherwise, our relations with the neighbors was excellent relationship. Until later on, when, of course, we did not only sign the East African Cooperation, but also later on we had Idi Amin coming in 1971, January 71. When Idi Amin came in January 71, it really rapidly transformed the excellent relationship that we had as Uganda and the neighboring countries. Idi Amin said, now, Uganda's boundaries will shift to Naivasha. So Uganda was becoming now, according to Idi Amin, a huge place. As if that was not enough, you know, the attack by Idi Amin on Kagera salient. Of course, he was touching a very hot matter because Tanzania, as expected, mobilized its forces, counter-attacked, and eventually, with the support of the Ugandan rebels, Idi Amin was thrown out. So, the politics therefore of Uganda were with the neighbors were okay until Idi Amin captured the reins of power. And the East African community literally broke because of that. Because Nyerere could not meet with Kenyatta and Idi Amin together. Of course, there was no problem between Nyerere and Kenyatta in Kenya, but there was a big problem between Idi Amin and Kenyatta on the one hand, and Idi Amin and Nyerere on the other. No wonder that Idi Amin was eventually thrown out, because he was rejected not only by Ugandans, but also by the people of Kenya and also by the people or the leadership of Tanzania. Idi Amin was a bad ruler, and his regime, Uganda, lost hundreds of thousands of people. And the neighboring countries quite appreciated the concerns and determination of Ugandans to get rid of Amin, who wanted to expand to Naivasha and who wanted to take over Kagera salient in Tanzania. Therefore, they, Tanzania in particular, as I said, support the struggle and the removal, literally led the removal of Idi Amin. This fighting with Tanzania on one side, especially by Fronasa and Chikosi Maalum. Chikosi Maalum, which was led by Obote and Mwanga, and Fronasa, which was led by Yoweri Museveni. This struggle had already brought very close ties with our neighbors, and it didn't take long after the overthrow of Idi Amin by the combined forces of Tanzania and Ugandan exiles to go into elections, and we thought that was the end. We thought that was going to bring an end to the problems in Uganda, but opened a new chapter of problems because there was really a crisis of confidence. All of us knew we were being liberated, but within a very short time went into an election, 1980 elections, and the 1980 elections, where I happened to be one of the parliamentary candidates, was without any doubt very badly rigged. And this led to Yoweri Museveni on February 6th attacking Kabamba and launching the protracted People's War until 1986, when we were liberated. After 1986, there was really renewed dynamism. Tanzania had already understood our cause, our why we are fighting, and so we collaborated closely with Tanzania, and Tanzania helped us in training our army, the National Resistance Army, and subsequently renamed the UPDF. Kenya was cooperative to a great degree, although there were occasional issues about trade and about security. Now, DRC had a problem with us. My opinion is that President Mobutu was suspicious of these young people who have taken over power in Uganda. Am I safe with them? And eventually, that suspicion was partly reduced, not completely eliminated. But the national resistance movement, to come to a point, was determined to ensure that Uganda consolidates her national independence and her security, to ensure that Uganda militantly promotes Pan-Africanism and East African cooperation and collaboration. And a few years after taking over, the East African community was revived. And you will agree with me that the East African community, although not perfect, has made substantial progress. No wonder Ugandan politicians are now heavily campaigning to go to the East African Legislative Assembly. I don't know whether one of you is a candidate, but shows you that the country has embraced the politics of East Africa and the cooperation of East Africa. Uganda had the opportunity to be a member of the Security Council in 2009 and 2010. It's true that I was president of the Security Council. I should tell you that the Security Council is composed of 15 members. The primary responsibility of the Security Council is global peace and global security. So the Security Council is actually very busy a lot of the time. Its leadership, presidency of the Council is rotational. Each country of the 15 becomes chairman for a month, and after that month another country comes in. I must say Uganda had a good opportunity to interact heavily with the members of the Council and had the opportunity to champion African interests. Uganda also happened to be the chairman of the UN Security Council Conflict Prevention in Africa Committee. We also did come to Africa with the entire Security Council. We went to a number of African countries, Sudan, South Sudan, Rwanda, DRC, Liberia, the countries that had challenges. When we came to Uganda, the main reason was not that Uganda had challenges, but the main reason was for the Security Council to benefit from the wisdom and experience of President Museveni, especially in tackling some of the security challenges in East Africa and the Horn and Central Africa, where DRC happens to be. So all in all, it was a great meeting. We had a good meeting at State House with the President, and I think the Security Council benefited from the President's experience. He also had an opportunity to raise with them some of the critical African issues that needs attention by the entire community, especially the superpowers, which are 5 powerful countries. Let me also tell you that most of the time the Security Council actually discusses African issues, because it is in Africa where insecurity has tended to dominate. You can actually say that about 70% of the issues discussed in the Security Council are issues of African character. It may be DRC, MONUSCO, it may be Darfur in Sudan, it may be Somalia, where Uganda has been playing a critical role, and indeed the Security Council was very, very interested to see, to learn, to share with the Ugandan leadership on how to manage the situation and support the people of Somalia in normalizing their country. I should also point out that the Security Council and the UN system in general is deeply appreciative of Uganda's pioneering role in the stabilization of Somalia, having sent in the first contingent of forces and really having provided protection of the airport, of State House, and other key installations that are in Somalia.
Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries congratulates the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Cabinet Ministers and Ugandans upon this auspicious occasion, Uganda's 60th Independence Day celebrations. We are spending more time with the farmers in the fields than in the conferences. Happy Diamond Jubilee celebrations.
The Board of Directors, Management and Staff of Uganda Cancer Institute congratulate His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda Armed Forces, the Vice President, Speaker, Prime Minister, Cabinet and the people of Uganda upon reaching the 60th Independence Anniversary. The Uganda Cancer Institute is committed to providing cancer care services to all the people of Uganda and beyond. With the assistance from the Government of Uganda, we are establishing regional cancer centers in Imbarara, Arua, Gulu and Mbale. These centers will enable us to extend services to the population as stipulated in the National Development Plan 3. Construction and equipping of the Gulu Regional Cancer Center has been completed. Services in Imbarara and Arua are ongoing. We have also acquired state-of-the-art new radiotherapy machines for treating our patients. Treatment in bone marrow transplant and nuclear medicine is underway. A Sikh society cannot progress steadily towards economic takeoff and self-sustaining economic growth. To this note, I encourage all Ugandans of eligible age to do regular cancer screening and if found positive, come to the Uganda Cancer Institute for treatment which is given at no cost. And I am also happy to note that our drug availability is at 90%. Remember, cancer is curable if detected early and the right treatment is given. Long live His Excellency. Long live Uganda. For God and my country.
Uganda is born again, free and independent.
Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited congratulates His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Tibuhaburwa Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Cabinet and the people of Uganda upon this auspicious occasion of the 60th Independence Anniversary. Our tagline, Generating for Generations, shows our commitment to keeping the nation powered and our operations are fully aligned towards meeting the electricity generation capacity needed to power the socio-economic transformation of the country.
Long live Uganda, for God and my country.
The Board, Management and Staff of the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, congratulates His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the members of Cabinet, the Parliament of Uganda and all Ugandans upon achieving 60 years of self-rule. As we commemorate 60 years of Uganda, we ought to remind ourselves that our lives and economic prosperity depends on the environment and natural resources. Therefore, as we continue to transform our economy, let's ensure sustainable development through protection of wetlands, wildlife, forests, water resources, landscapes and air quality, growing trees in our farms, gardens, compounds and land boundaries, not burning waste in open air but disposing it through a licensed waste collector or designated disposal point, avoiding plastic pollution by choosing non-plastic alternatives like paper bags, glass bottles and cloth bags, and reporting land, air and water pollution to NEMA and other authorities. NEMA, ensuring sustainable development.
The Industrial Training Council ITS, management and staff of the Directorate of Industrial Training DIT warmly congratulate His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni and all Ugandans upon the 60th anniversary of Uganda's independence. DIT at 50, celebrating quality assurance in technical, vocational, education and training. TVET. Long live His Excellency, long live Uganda.
Uganda is born again, free and independent.
Management, staff and students of Busetema University congratulate the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and all the people of Uganda upon the 60th Independence Anniversary celebrations on 9th of October. We are a unique and multi-purpose university created in the rural areas of the country, committed to being a leading center of academic and professional excellence, as exhibited in our 6 faculties of engineering, Faculty of Science and Education, Faculty of Sciences, Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Sciences, Faculty of Natural Resources and Environmental Sciences, and Faculty of Management Sciences. We take pride in our enriched academic activities and scientific innovations geared towards the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. Each year, a growing number of our students who graduate from Busitema University, having been prepared, go on to make an impact in industry and in the public and private sector. Long live the President of the Republic of Uganda, long live all Ugandans, and long live Busitema University. Happy 60th Independence Anniversary celebrations.
Long live Uganda, for God and my country.
Uganda Development Corporation wishes to extend a special congratulations to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the people of Uganda on the Diamond Jubilee. This is a time to honor our identity, preserve our heritage, and celebrate our independence. UDC continues to spur development in the country, creating employment opportunities for the citizens.
If you plant the oranges and you look after them well, by the 10th year, you'll be getting 24 million from 1 acre. From 1 acre. So that's why the NRM recommended that for the 4 acres model, number 1, coffee, if you are in an area which can grow coffee. Number 2, fruits.
The chairperson, members and staff of the Electricity Disputes Tribunal EDT congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, the Cabinet and all Ugandans on the celebration of the 60th Independence Day anniversary. EDT's vision is to be an independent, impartial, ethical and professional judicial tribunal. EDT's mission is to resolve disputes brought before it independently, impartially, ethically, professionally and expeditiously. The Electricity Disputes Tribunal is located at Amber House, plot 29/30 on Speak Road, opposite Post Office. Our telephone lines are 0773 373 785, 0783 593 568 or 0141 232 987. Long live Your Excellency, long live Uganda.
Uganda is born again, free and independent.
The board members and staff of Uganda Nurses and Midwives Examination Board, UNMEB, congratulate His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Tibuhaburwa Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and all citizens upon celebrating the 60th Independence Anniversary. UNMEB will continue to play its cardinal role of streamlining, regulating and coordinating examinations and awards of nurses and midwives at the certificate and diploma levels in Uganda. To date, UNMEB has accredited 123 nursing and midwifery examination centers with a healthcare cadre output of 106,991 since 2006, therefore increasing the access to employable skills. UNMEB commends the NRM government for steering the country in the desired direction and for the peace and stability enjoyed by all citizens. UNMEB uphold examination standards.
Long live Uganda, for God and my country.
The Board of Directors, Management and Staff of the Uganda Electricity Transmission Company Limited (UETCL) congratulate His Excellency the President, Cabinet Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, and the people of Uganda on the celebration of the 60th Independence Day. In order to fulfill government's National Development Plan, which aims to propel Uganda to middle-income status, UETCL is implementing power projects which include Kolegulu Nebi Arua 132 kV transmission project, which will connect northern Uganda and West Nile to the national power grid. Gulu Agago 132 kV transmission project, which will evacuate power from Agago hydropower station. Mutundwe Entebbe 132 kV transmission project, which will ensure stable supply of power to Entebbe and surrounding areas. And Mirama Kabale 132 kV transmission project, which will boost the existing transmission capacity of 33 kV to provide reliable, quality and adequate power supply to Chigezi sub-region. UETCL is committed to improving the reliability, security and quality of bulk power supply to meet Uganda's electricity needs for social and economic development. Our vision is electricity transmission for sustainable regional development, and our mission is to buy, transmit and sell quality bulk power. The Board, Management and Staff of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda congratulate all Ugandans on this 60th Independence Day celebrations. We are committed to working with all stakeholders to create lasting value in Uganda's oil journey. Happy Independence Diamond Jubilee.
The Board of Directors, Management and Students of Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute congratulate the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and all Ugandans upon Uganda's 60th Independence Anniversary celebrations. Through peace, security and a conducive study environment provided by the NRM government over the years, Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute continues to train and educate personnel in the hospitality and tourism industry to promote the profitability and sustainability of Uganda's national tourist resources. We train hotel managers, tour guides, waitresses and waiters, professional chefs, housekeepers and others. Long live His Excellency the President of Uganda, long live all Ugandans, and long live Uganda Hotel and Tourism Training Institute. Happy 60th Independence Anniversary.
He is born again, free and independent.
Independence Day in Uganda is celebrated on 9th October every year. This event holds an important position in the history of Uganda as it marks the country's freedom from their former colonial master. Uganda has made significant strides in 59 years. Agriculture remains the main thrust of Uganda's economic growth. Increased employment and growth opportunities, direct and indirect jobs within the ICT sector. The total number of referral hospitals has increased to 181. The road network has improved greatly. The installed power generation capacity of the energy sector has increased more than 6-fold since the early 2000s. This year's celebration will be held on 9th October at Kololo Independence Grounds. Long live Uganda, for God and my country.
Independence, and thank you for keeping it with us on UBC TV on this special day. As Ugandans, we celebrate our 60th independence anniversary. What does that mean? It is now 60 years exactly since Uganda took control of its affairs from the British, who handed us power on the 9th of October 1962 at Koro Ceremonial Grounds, where today we are expecting a number of people to attend, and government of Uganda sent out invitations to our brothers, our heads of states in the East African community, and we must say 5 of these presidents are already in Uganda, and they will grace this occasion, where the chief guest is President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. But also not forgetting that this is the first in 2 years. Because of COVID-19, we've not been having this mass attendance because it was for invited few guests, definitely, and of course virtual. It was a blended way of doing things. So this is the first in 2 years that we are celebrating independence. But I'm not alone. I'm with my sister Rowena Kajumba.
Thank you so much, Evan. I must say, happy independence to all the Ugandans. Apparently, it's our diamond, jubilee. So 60 years, maybe young, but we're still growing.
Yeah, for
I would say we're still growing. And you're right, 800 people probably this year invite. Let's not forget COVID. Yes,
and Ebola. That
so
standard operating procedures are going to be
remain.
observed. So it's not a full blast that people may think.
It's a full blast wherever we are, you know. We can still celebrate our country, 60 years, you know, it's not easy. I've had some people have a lot of questions on what in the 60. A lot has happened in the 60, and maybe as a country today we should put aside our differences and appreciate that one step taken.
And also you must, when you look or evaluate, you must look at what we've gone through. Because what you go through determines your success.
That is true.
Right from independence, Uganda was welcome to uncertainty. In the 60 years, we've had 9 presidents, but we even had a president that was, I think, Yusuf Chironde, who ruled for less than about 3 months.
But that was bound to happen in some of these things. You see, if a stranger or someone had been in charge of your home, by the time, you know, but maybe the head of the home...
Right from independence.
No, trust me, especially in African countries, let us be honest, the struggle to take charge, I think that's what we forget. Everyone was struggling to take charge, and everyone had an idea they would do the good job to be in charge. So that is where the problem comes in. Most post-colonial incidences anyway, even our neighboring brothers and sisters, of course, as you can see, in line with the theme, because we are looking at working together, we are looking at African interdependence. Because first of all, we have similar challenges, and we're all trying to take the same strides here. Now, post-colonial is no surprise that for many African countries, there was the struggle to take back power, because everyone thought, I think I have the vision for this. I feel I have the vision for it. And remember, this is a system that was never ours. So when we were left with a system, all the people that came in to be part of the system, of course, if we're beginning with the king at the time, it was as an arrangement of you know, handing over power. But then everyone was thinking, they know, they understand, they know that we should be moving. I think because everyone was so passionate to move on from the colonial time, it was quite obvious for me, in my understanding as a person, that was bound to happen. Just as they scrambled for Africa, because everyone wanted to get into this new system. It is different, it is new to us. You know, when we talk about things like having parties and elections and getting into this whole space, political space, we were mostly monarchies. We were being run in kingdoms. So when things changed, we were still learning.
We were still learning.
We were still learning.
Well, for our viewers this morning, I just want to, you know, when you talk about independence, Rowena, there's certain things that describe an independent state. And actually, on this day, 60 years back, one of the symbols that indicated that we got our independence were mainly two, away from handing the instruments of power to then Prime Minister, the first Prime Minister, that is Dr. Milton Obote. The Union Jack, which was our colonial master's sign of being a British protectorate, was put down. And we saw a beautiful, well-designed national flag come up. So I just want to just get it from our viewers this morning. Who composed Uganda's national anthem? Maybe you can also practice at 60 years how good you are at singing this anthem. I don't want to dare. I don't want to dare. I don't want to dare when I hear to sing the national anthem.
I would embarrass myself.
You would embarrass yourself. And actually, when you go to many these functions where it's now time to sing the national anthem, just listen to what people are singing.
Now, let's be honest, because we usually sing one verse and that's it.
But my friend, even that one verse, it is disaster. It has 3 stanzas, but you can tell someone to sing the second stanza.
And it's
if it's a job interview, my dear, many would lose out. But what is your knowledge when it comes to that? So just go to our, that is Twitter handle, and please tell us who composed Uganda's national anthem. Tell us who designed our national flag. I'll not let Rowena steal exams for you. And I'll try not to. And I highly recommend, please don't Google. Just, we want to know to what extent are you Ugandan at 60 years? Do you know these people? And finally, on that, we want you to tell us where in Uganda the Independence Monument is found. Where in Uganda is our Independence Monument found? Please just go to our Twitter handle. Rowena can give
that
you
is at UBC TV Uganda. Now, of course, you can put in, like you said, no Google, but we don't know how to determine that. But hey, it also helps us, even if you
be honest to yourself.
Ask a friend. No, they would be learning more. They would be getting the information. It's good to learn. What a day to learn. If I'm being honest, what a day to learn. So, but for me, when we talk about African interdependence and our shared destiny, I think we're beginning to come in together now and say, hey, we need to depend on ourselves as African states, okay? True, like I said, so many people are having arguments on independence, 60 years. What are we celebrating? Why are we celebrating? Now, we need to celebrate, if you didn't celebrate the others, celebrate this one, because we're saying, hey, we've opened our eyes, and as a continent, we need to work as a unison. We need to have a shared goal. We need to have so many things. And if you don't have economic independence, then are you independent? So if we can rely on each other, then we shall be able to succeed and develop. Most of the African countries are probably still striving to be in middle income. We're still low developed, considered as the lower developed countries, and which is quite sad. But it doesn't mean that you discredit the fact that we pulled away. The people before us pulled away and said we need to push and be dependent on ourselves, and rather independent from our colonial masters. And of course, who are also, in some parts of UK, have raised the Ugandan flag in, of course, in celebration of this day and event. For me, it is special.
Well, that drives us more to our independence theme this year, which is very clear, October 9th. That is a declaration of Africa interdependency and our shared destination. Now, when Rowena, who loves so much issues of the economy, definitely.
Couldn't help myself.
Sometimes I want to refer to as an economist, but I will not go to that level. This theme speaks volumes.
Yes, it does.
It speaks volumes.
It does.
One, not only for Uganda, not only for East Africa, where we know that all heads of state within states within the East African community were invited, and good to announce to Ugandans, already have 5 have arrived. They arrived yesterday, and they have either reached or on their way to Koro ceremonial grounds. We have, that is Burundi, that is His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. We have Kenya's William Ruto, the new president of the Republic of Kenya. We have Somali president, that is Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. He's already in Uganda to grace this. We have a South Sudan president, His Excellency Salva Kiir. We also have Zanzibar president is Hassan Ali Mwinyi. They're already there. This is also another sign of unity within the East African community. And of course, when you see Somalia that are applying to be part of the East African community, it runs and it's evident to a theme. But Rowena, you being very interested in these issues of economy, we have made some strides. When I look at the Africa Continental Free, that is trade area.
Yes, this has been in discussion for quite a while, and clearly at some point we were worried. People were saying that if we cannot agree on certain things and terms, because when you're looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area, you're looking more on accessibility, you know, because we're looking at border access, you know, how easy, how quick, because then it determines how fast trade will move. You know, we're looking at getting rid of all this red tape, you know, that comes through, I don't know, visas, travel, work permits. I think how easy these are accessed and how easy different people from different African states can access, yes, these spaces that are quite opportunities, you know, like we realized even in the East African community itself, we've had this kind of strain or struggle that you have different, how can I call it? We're not, at some point, we're not on the same page, yes. Yeah. Now, you find that this country believes that things should be done this way, and the other says, no, hold up, we're supposed to do things this way. Maybe these are the standards we expect, and maybe for us, these are the standards. No, now, coming together, first of all, as a continent, first of all, as East Africa, and then as a continent, to say, we need to find a thin line. We draw the line, but we know we make it easy enough for our people to work together. I mean, if I can work with Tanzania, if Uganda is working alongside Tanzania, because we're looking at about, what, 80% of the oil pipeline being in Tanzania. Now, the oil is where?
Uganda.
Yes. Now, if we work well together, I know that at some point we're all going to benefit from this kind of investment or project as countries, and then each person comes up and plays their responsibility. Then you're looking at things like employment for people from both parties, rather from both sides. You have to have people get employment within and out of Uganda. The opportunities you give to the child on these soils is going to be more great and immense if we are on the same page. Now look at the infrastructure itself, because as we talk about the oil pipeline, we're looking at a very huge percentage of about 1,443 kilometers now, if we're speaking Kabale, Hoima. Now, of course, someone will say, no, that's because there's interest in oil. True. These are motivators. Yes, these are motivators. When we talk industrialization, yes, we're having a lot of trade between Tanzania, Uganda, and of course now you see in Kenya, we have so many people on board, Burundi is on board as well, Rwanda, that the issues we had, that if you go to access Tanzania, because you're probably an exporter or importer both ways, yes, that the hassle or the trouble you're going to get, documentation, access to your goods and things like that, the expenses that come, oh my goodness, the expenses that come along, because it's a process, and some people are looking for how easy is this going to be for me. They look for options. So as East African community, and of course we're looking at COMESA as well, yes, these are drivers. Actually, I think this theme comes at a time where we've had enough talks and it's action now.
Well, I love that, enough talks and its action. By the one time I traveled to Zambia, and at least I benefited from the common market that is for Eastern and Southern Africa. There's a levy I had to pay, and when I presented my passport, I'm from Uganda, as others were directed to paying, I was exonerated, and I'm like, but COMESA, I'm like, oh, we're starting to benefit. Well, we'll be going for a short break, and we'll be having an interview from the man who wants to run the economy. Help this country at his helm, Dr. Ezra Suruma. He will be speaking to us shortly as we celebrate 60 years of independence for Uganda as a country. Happy independence, but just remind you that we shall also later on be going to Koro ceremonial grounds, and we'll be giving you events as they unfold, where His Excellency will be joining other dignitaries, strictly on invitation, at this colorful ceremony. Very interesting. One thing about this time, we're going to have giving of medals. His Excellency said we'll keep this very brief. it has been postponed to next year. So we had a number of people coming for medals, but we won't miss that the Ugandan commandos.
Nah, that is true. We won't miss the commandos.
Also
that
the colorful parades by the security agencies. Let's go for this short break and return with the interview.
In 1962, I think I was in senior one at King's College, Budo, and I came to Kororo at night to watch our new flag being raised and the Union Jack being lowered. And we really didn't know what it meant, except that we now have a president who was Ugandan as opposed to a British governor. The economy did not change much when we became independent. We were mainly a source of cotton for British and Indian manufacturers. We were a source of coffee, and I believe we had also started some tea. So we had what we called cash crops, which some people would produce in order to earn cash, and then the rest of the population was mainly engaged in the production of agricultural products, of food products. And then you had the retail sector and light manufacturing, which was in the hands of Asians in urban areas. And so you could say that the economy of Uganda was essentially a small farmer subsistence economy with a small trading sector consisting mainly of Asians, and some engaged in the export of mainly cotton and coffee, and at that time copper also. There was mining of copper from Kilembe mines. And those were the main sources of foreign exchange. So that's, I would say, that's how we were when independence came. And the issue now was, what would we do? What would the new government do? The banking sector was entirely in foreign hands. We only had a small savings bank called, I think it was called the Uganda Savings Bank for Africans, but the other banks were all foreign. And that's what Uganda was like. So of course, we had a population of only, I think, 6 million people. When independence came, the World Bank had sent Professor Mason from Harvard University in 1961. That's the year we became, we call it self-government. Independence came a year later. And he did a study entitled The Economic Development of Uganda. And when Mr. Obote became president, he used the content of that study and some other sources to make a 5-year plan. And so we had the launch of a 5-year development plan, I believe in 1963 or thereabouts. And so he was setting forward how the economy should now develop. And actually, during the 60s, the economy was developing, I believe, about 6%, which is considered quite good. In the 1960s, this was the time of the Cold War. So you had to decide whether to be capitalist, following the West, or communist, following the East. There are severe consequences for any choice you made. So for us, we are attempting to be non-aligned. But in reality, I think we were mainly leaning towards the West, with the markets operating as opposed to a communist system. But we borrowed planning from the East. It was a communist tool which the Russians had used successfully, the 5-year plans. So we borrowed that from the East and attempted to not just depend on the private sector to run the country, but also the government to get involved. And so you could say this is what you might describe as a mixed economy, an attempt to have a mixed economy with the government and the private sector both involved in the economic development of the country. This, as I said, we had reasonable growth rates until 1971, when Idi Amin overthrew the government and chased the Indians or Asians in 1972. And then the marketing of the product started to suffer, and the light manufacturing started to suffer, and the whole structure of the economy which we had inherited from the colonial times started to fail. And as a result, our gross domestic product started to decline and decline. And of course, there was also the element of disorganization and of fear. There was a lot of killing of people on various grounds. And so we lived, I was personally away at that time. I was studying in America, but I came back as a lecturer in economics at McCarran in 1973. And so at that time, the shortages were beginning to become a real issue. So you go to the shop, you find there's no soda, you find there's no soap, and so you have to move around and ask where you can find some of these products. So shortages started to come in, and they increased with time. And there was also what we have called price controls. So the government attempted to control the economy, but actually it was not able to do so in a proper way. And so the economy continually declined. And my studies have shown that over the period of the 1970s, the gross domestic product declined by a total of 10%. And per capita income declined at the rate of 2.9% per annum, per year. So, of course, when Idi Amin was overthrown in 1979, and we had the UNLF, Uganda National Liberation Front, taking over, first with President Dule, then Binaisa, There was a great deal of uncertainty, and when ISA was overthrown also after about a year, and Mr. Mwanga took over with Mr. Museveni as his vice chairman, and they organized the elections of 1980, and then we had a new government under Milton Obote. So during this time, the shortages and economic uncertainty continued, and of course this was a time of civil war. So the difficulties which had existed in the 1970s continued until the new NRM government came into place. So in my studies, I have shown that from 1962 to 1985, the first 25 years of independence was a difficult period of uncertainty. It's not until the restoration of peace in 1986 that now the economy started to recover. But the recovery was not immediate. The shortages in 1986 had become very, very severe. You couldn't find medicine, you couldn't find soap, you couldn't find salt, you couldn't find beer. You'd have to move around to find where you could buy medicine, certain medicine that you needed, where you could buy soap, and prices were also extremely high. Inflation, the rate of inflation, the rate of increase in prices was very, very high. As I have written in somewhere, that I think one of my books, that we used to carry money in bags. You go around carrying a bag of money, but the goods, you carry them in your hands. The supply of money exceeded the supply of goods. So inflation was a serious problem. The government was printing money to spend on what needed. This was making the problem worse. So we undertook a program of what was called structural adjustment together with the IMF and World Bank, in which they were assisting us with loans for balance of payment support, meaning now the money that we could use to import essential products such as raw materials for making soap and medicines and so on. We had OGL, what's called Open General License, where certain commodities were selected for the utilization of the foreign exchange that we were borrowing. And so with this, now slowly the shortages began to disappear. Goods started to appear in shops, and we even started. Yeah, we're talking about 1988 now. The structural adjustment started in 1987. So around 1988, 89, 90, the economy had started to look normal, and we had worked very hard. Of course, we had changed the money. We introduced new money and abolished the old money and removed 3 zeros from the money, and so fought hard to stop inflation and stop government from spending money that it didn't have. And we had to do take strong measures to reform the financial sector. And some banks were closed, others were privatized. So it was a tough program, but the economy started to normalize. And by the early 1990s, it was looking reasonably okay. I wish I had that power of prophecy to look ahead 100 years. We had 60 years of colonial rule, and now we've had 60 years of post-colonial rule. And as we look forward to another 60 years, I believe that our mineral wealth is an important resource that could help us to transform our economy, our oil, gold, and so on, copper. These resources are important, but so is our agricultural wealth. The fact that we have good arable land and water means that we can provide food for ourselves and for the region. So the combination of these resources, the oil, the gold, and other minerals, as well as the agricultural resource and the human resource. The human resource is very important because it's critical for to be able to make sure these resources are properly utilized. So this, hopefully, with the better management of a financial system, so that we have capital to use in transforming our agriculture, transforming our infrastructure. I believe that the prospects for Uganda are excellent. But of course, we have to recognize that we are competing with other countries, both within the region as well as beyond our region. And we have to use our resources carefully and conserve them carefully, not waste them, or not allow others to waste them. Because once they are gone, then they are gone. So it's important that we have a proper utilization of our land resources, a proper utilization of our labor resources, proper training and education of our people, and organization. I think that the parish model, for example, is an attempt to make sure that all the citizens of our country are reached, all our communities are properly organized, and they have access to basic infrastructure, clean water, for example, making sure every parish there is clean water, there is a primary school for training, and so on. So when we do this, I'm hopeful that we can have a country in which all citizens enjoy the basic needs of life. They have the basic needs of life, and are also properly organized, and hopefully peaceful, because peace is a prerequisite for development. And we've had problems of peace in the past, and it's important that because we come from many ethnic, tribal groupings, and we have also different religions, we have to make sure that we live together peacefully. It's very, very important. We see countries around us where tribal conflict or religious conflict is tearing those countries apart, and they don't have peace, so they can't develop. We have to be very, very conscious and sensitive about how we treat one another, how we love one another, how we manage our differences, so that there is justice, and people feel that there is justice and fairness, so that all citizens are respected, our constitution is respected, and then we can live together in peace. If we live together in peace, we can achieve many, many things that we cannot achieve if we are not having a peaceful environment. I think that they should certainly make sure that they serious with their education. And then I believe that the government has a responsibility to organize the economy in such a way that they can be absorbed in employment. And I'm hoping that part of the parish development model is to organize ourselves a little bit better, to improve our programming so that all the youth, all the people can be absorbed into useful activities. Because we need each other, we need everyone to produce something, everybody to contribute something, so that they can share in what is being produced. We all need to put in the basket so that we can take something out of the basket. So it's the responsibility of the government and of the private sector to see that everyone has an opportunity for that contribution. And once we do that, I think we'll solve this what you call the youth problem. It's not a problem. It is simply, well, unemployment is a problem and we must solve it. And we will.
Happy Independence, fellow Ugandans, on this day. In case you've just joined, today is a public holiday despite being a Sunday. And I know for many
people are saying wish it was a Monday.
Wish it was a Monday, but it is a Sunday. That is when the date, 9th October, landed. And of course, we told you earlier, we'll be going to Kololo in a short while. And we'll have James Mututa there, who will be giving us a feel of what is happening at Kolo. But Dr. Ezra Suruma, an economist, a former minister that is for finance, planning and economic development, giving us Uganda's journey.
Yes.
In terms of the economy. And of course, what a successful one it is. Giving us some of the ups and the downs that we've gone through. But before we went for that interview, we were still looking at the theme, which is for today's celebrations, 9th October, a declaration of Africa interdependency and our shared destination. And we were looking at some of these efforts that we've already made as a continent, various economic blocks, to ensure that we have this interdependency. And of course, we have a shared vision which aims at ensuring that there is effective economic growth of this continent.
Indeed. Like I did mention earlier, if you're not economically independent, then you're not independent at all. And of course, which we've been struggling a lot with, being that we've been colonized before, then we got our independence. From there, these are small strides. From there, we become a republic. And of course, some people might say, what are you talking about, independent? We have this neo-colonialism, what. But you see, for a country that has been I don't want to be so negative about this, but some of the facts cannot be hidden. If you're being colonized and someone else, I would say a stranger, is handling your business, handling your finances, handling your agriculture, which has always been our top priority here in this country, handling pretty much everything to your security and, you know, everything. So when they leave, yes, then it is going to be a struggle, it is going to be a pain, because you don't even know how they run things. It is like telling me or telling a child in today's era that your father has passed on, you're taking on, you're now the heir, probably you're an heir as well, you know how things are, and they don't even know what it is they're supposed to do. From the social, that is relatives, handling the finances, if there was a business, how do they do it? So if someone comes and says, the money is flowing, I'll move from there. Now, we have struggled a lot, but this for me, as I said, we've talked, it's time for action. This theme is telling Africa, East Africa and the rest of Africa, because we're in COMESA, we're East African community, and we're looking at the African Continental Free Trade Area, which, if happens soon enough after such a theme, we're saying, hey, we are going to deal with the red tape on traffic, or rather on tariffs, yes? We are going to reduce tariffs and cover things like policy areas, you know, which has always been a problem, documentation, and things like that. And then sanitary standards. Some of these technical things, you know, that come in when you're dealing with even groups. Imagine, just even as groups, like, you've crossed my area, my line here. So how do we go about this? Now, when we handle things like this, then definitely we're not going to have a problem. We have simplified customs. The procedures are becoming way easier. Now, if you're looking at, for example, simplifying of customs, if the African Continental Free Trade Area happens, you're going to look at driving $292 billion or 450 billion potential in income gain. Now we are saying people are importing from Europe and what. Imagine if you're doing this as a continent, as Africa, it means you're going to cut down on so many costs. You're going to push for industrialization, because you're saying we need production for our very own goods, because if I'm exporting to Kenya, yeah, then the standards or the milk, you know, value added on our milk or the maize or anything, then will be improved, because you have the demand. Instead of someone going to Europe or anywhere, of course some things but some things really we may not have, but for the things that we have and can, help each other have access to.
Well, I see James Mututa very prepared at Koro ceremonial grounds with a mask. Like I told you, standard operating procedures are going to be observed.
We're looking bad now.
So let's hear from James Mututa to give us a picture of what is happening at ceremonial grounds where the national celebrations are being held today. James Mututa.
Yeah, I'm checking my sound.
SIC is preparing to be able to give us a picture
From the time
of what is
the function started, we are supposed to have started
as
this
we
function
welcome our guests
8 in the morning with the formation of parade. And as we speak, the parade is already formed. We already have many people who have already arrived, those who have been invited. We are looking at the VIP. By now, all heads of states, those who have been invited and delegations would be here, but I see the space where they're supposed to be sitting is still empty. So, yeah. It's a lot of noise. I beg to remove this so that I can be heard very well. Now, this function is supposed to have started off by 8:30 in the morning. And as we speak now, most of the invited guests have already arrived. The parade has already taken shape. The VIP is almost getting full. We are expecting the guests who have come from other countries to arrive. The delegations are already here. We have delegations who have come from the different countries, the neighboring countries and abroad who are already here. From the invitations we already have received here, we are expecting to have the heads of state who arrived in the country, most of them yesterday, 5 of them to be specific, who will be arriving here any moment now. On the Ugandan side, as of now, the Vice President has arrived, members of Parliament have arrived, the members of Cabinet have also arrived. I can see many of a few other VIPs are arriving, and we shall update you on who is arriving and as they arrive. The parade is already formed with Uganda Police Force, the UPDF, Uganda prisons. They are already on ground. And again, we have the religious leaders who have already taken their seats. And any moment now, we expect His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, to be arriving. But before he does so, the heads of states who already are in the country will be arriving one by one. And as they do, we'll let you know who has arrived and who is on way. I can see one of the VIPs arriving, and I suspect that would be the Speaker of the East African Parliament, if I'm right, who has just alighted and is being taken to his seat, if that's the right person. But if not, then I'll let you definitely know, because it's a bit off a distance where we are. From the display of flags in this place, I suspect that we shall be having the heads of state from Kenya who arrived in the country yesterday. We are expecting, and from the display of flags, a delegation from Burundi, and the president arrived here yesterday. We are expecting a delegation from Somalia, and the president arrived in the country yesterday. We also, from the flags again, expecting a delegation from DRC of Congo, and many others who will be coming in. I will let you know as they come in. As we speak now, unlike in the past when we used to have all the spaces in Kololo filled up, the people who are attending this independence anniversary this year have been on invite. In other words, they were invited to attend. That is why you may see that the other side of the pavilion is more or less empty, because people were only invited. And those who were invited, as you can see from behind where I'm standing, we have members of parliament, we have the members of the diplomatic corps, we have members of the public, a few who have been invited and are with us here. So any moment now we expect to be having the heads of state who are in the country and will be arriving, and when they do arrive, we'll inform you on who will be arriving and who has arrived. Already, like I said, we have 5 heads of state who are in the country who arrived yesterday. We have the president of Kenya arrived yesterday. We have the president of Zanzibar arrived yesterday. We have the president of Somalia arrived yesterday, and also we have the president of Burundi who arrived yesterday, and the president of Zanzibar. Those already are in the country, and we are expecting a delegation from Rwanda, we are expecting a delegation from DRC Congo, and any other delegations as they arrive. But from the display of the flags here, I think the only delegations that we are still expecting and are not yet confirmed in the country is the delegation from DRC Congo, and from DRC, and a delegation from Burundi, Rwanda. Otherwise, those that arrived are already seated behind me, with the exception of their heads of state who are not yet on ground. This year's independence, like I said earlier, that attendance is by invite. We have a number of a few, not actually many, schools that are also taking part, and also entertainment groups that are taking part in these celebrations. So that's what I can say for now, but in a short time we'll be having some few people to talk to about the progress that Uganda has so far attained from the time of independence to date. And we will be talking to some people who have been here, who have experienced the changes that have taken part in this country, but also those who are looking at this country as we move forward from day to day onwards. Back to studio, and we'll be back with more update of what is happening on ground here in Kololo. Thank you.
Thank you, James Mututa, giving us a feel of what is happening at Kololo ceremonial grounds, where we expect that His Excellency to be the chief guest, and of course other dignitaries plus heads of state that are already in the country. Well, the mood, Lowena, to begin with, what is in Kololo? I was looking for social distancing, but at least I saw a bit of an arm's length, which is very recommended. But masks have determined the order of the day. So it's still...
That is true, and they were very clear, and we must all still be very clear that as much as we're looking at this as a post-COVID era, we're still struggling with COVID, the effects, and now we're having Ebola. So basically, as a country, we're still struggling. I think that's why most Ugandans were like, why are we even, you know? We're having a lot, and we've been shaken post-COVID, if we're being honest about it. We've been economically shaken. Things have sort of, okay, we've had economists come out and say this was bound to happen. But preparation-wise, I cannot be quite sure how that happened. Sometimes you can try to absorb those shocks, but when things go wrong sometimes. But I like that Ugandans have continued to push, and we should actually applaud Ugandans, because as we celebrate a day like this, it is the people who make the country. Before we go into government, guys, the government is only the body that is doing work for you, but also as Ugandans, you're really doing a great job. It is a struggle, like I mentioned.
And of course, he was clear that we may not have the expected turn-up, because this is strict by invite, 8,800 the guests expected to be at Kololo. So, dear brother, supporters, whatever, please, if you're not invited, sympathize with government. 2 years without such a celebration. Of course, we had for specifically very few people, and this was broadcasted, but wasn't like we're having this time. I think we have all reasons to celebrate as we mark 60 years of independence. But I'm also happy that we have quite a number of heads of state, having 5 heads of state. Of course, that is by press time. You never know. Some could have joined. And when I see how some VIPs have already occupied their seats, parliamentarians, invited guests there, we only wait now, I think, for the arrival of the chief guest. The parades are going on. But also, I can't miss, that is what usually happens. You see, we have the UPDF commandos away from the band, the parade, that is very colorful. For such occasions, and this time it was confirmed that we shall have the military fly past and acrobatic drop down of the UPDF commandos. You know, those guys that come on, from the helicopter, and they come until they land.
And show us their skills.
And show us their skills, how UPDF. No wonder, at 60 years of independence, I think being a Ugandan, I'm passionate about this, that our country proved, I know these are words you must say very careful, but of course in terms of military strength, we've aided a number of our brothers within this region. Talk about Somalia, when even our colonial masters, some tried and said, I think we are not that good. We led and others followed. Under the armed forces, Uganda led, then we saw Kenya and other countries coming on. Talk about South Sudan and their peace process. Uganda has been there. go to any you mention,
and
we are ready.
We are, as an African continent, taking lead in handling a couple of issues for our brothers and sisters who are still going through some challenges in terms of the security and as a country, you've seen this. When you come into Uganda, for example, and I think that's why this still makes sense for us as a country, if we all agree. You get into this country. I'm using the word walk in like it's a so you
well,
get
with
into
a
this
vision,
country
you will walk in.
You see so many we keep talking about things like race and tribe. I think this country is taking foot and strides in not having such talks. We're having brothers and sisters from Eritrea, from Sudan, we're having Somalia, we're having within ourselves in our regions that are struggling. So you're seeing that this is the time when we talk unity, it does make sense.
And actually, when you look at those statistics, Uganda has one of the best refugee policies in the world. And at various international forums, other countries have been asked to emulate Uganda's refugee policy. When we talk about helping our brothers as a country, Uganda is the largest refugee hosting country on the African continent. And also, we are third in the entire world. We are the third in the entire world. So these are statistics that show the willingness for brotherhood. And even when we talk about the East African community, yes, other presidents could not be here today. Some have gone to be with the Lord. But Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, His Excellency, he's a strong pillar in terms of promoting the East African integration. No wonder when they choose such a day and we have such a theme, to me, I look at it as the revival or the genesis, because the theme is clear. October 9th, a declaration, we are declaring that declaration of African interdependency, our shared destiny.
And you can see the heads of states agree on that. When they all come together and say, yes, we agree on that. And talks have been happening, engagements. The African Union must be very proud in itself. We rarely bring up conversations on the African Union. But they've been pushing all heads of states and, of course, as a union, to push for things like this. We need to be independent in ourselves as a continent, as Africa. Some things may be unavoidable, but hey, let us work towards handling the bigger percentage within ourselves. Now, when you are that independent, no one can stop you.
Definitely. So this speaks volumes to many Ugandans who are still looking at, would I call them trivial issues? That look, we are now not only looking at East Africa, but we've gone to look at the entire continent, Africa. In the 21st century, at 60 years, we can no longer think of ourselves as Uganda, this market, that, there. We have to look beyond that. Well, it is independence, in case you're not yet aware, or you're home. And what you're watching is a program that aims at ensuring that we give you live coverage of events as they unfold at Koro Ceremonial Grounds, where our brother James Mututa is, and of course is giving you a feel of what is happening there. And I'm told he will be giving us some people that have already arrived there to give us a feel of how they're seeing things, but also to talk about 60 years of independence. Rowena was telling me here that if a person is 60 greatly, this person must have matured to some extent.
Yes, I mean, if it's called a diamond anniversary, it must be something quite great and immense. Now, of course, we'll be going there, which we earlier on saw the mood was quite cool.
I see Mututa is ready. Over to you, James.
Yeah, all signs here and indicators are such that we may be receiving the head of state of the Republic of Uganda any moment from now. And of course, some of his guests who have come for this 60th independence of the Republic of Uganda, as the country marks 60 years since it got independent from the colonial administration. Like I said earlier, most of the invited guests have already taken their seats, and now we expect that any time the president will be arriving, and when he arrives, of course, he will start the usual functions and of inspection of the guard of honor mounted by men and officers of the police force, the UPDF, and prisons. Already, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda has arrived. The Speaker, the members of Parliament, members of Cabinet have already, at least those who are here, taken their seats. We are receiving now a foreign dignitary, and I suspect this could be the President of the Republic of Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and who, like I said early on, is expected, given the display of flags on ground here in Kololo. Although by yesterday he was not among those, the 5 who arrived yesterday in the country, and but now I suspect that he is the one. President Tshisekedi is the one now arriving, and yes, I can confirm that we are now receiving the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, President Tshisekedi, who is arriving now in the dais. We are still receiving more because by yesterday we had 5 foreign heads of state who were in the country, and today we have now confirmed 1 extra, so we have 6 heads of state in that order, beginning now with the DRC. We have Kenya, William Ruto. We have Burundi, who arrived yesterday. We have Zanzibar, arrived yesterday, and we also have Somalia, who arrived yesterday. So as they also arrive at the ceremonial grounds here, we'll let you know and be informed about who is arriving. On camera here, I'm joined by the SEC member of the NRM, Madam Lydia Wanyoto, who is also going to give us some highlight on how prepared is NRM to take us after 60 years. Honorable Wanyoto.
I would like to take this opportunity to wish all Ugandans, especially women of Uganda, both here in our country but also abroad in the diaspora, a very happy 60th Independence Day of our country, when we were able to take what we call self-governance. We have made many achievements in our own governance, but also we still have many challenges ahead. But every generation, every stage have their own contribution they can make, and therefore we would like to set the stage for our children who are still in school, who are just finishing school, to know how important it is to have self-governance and also to make a contribution to the development, stability, and security of our country.
What do you expect in the next 60 years after now?
The next 60 years, Uganda's population should be more than 100 million people, because now we are about 45. So we should grow even in population, because the country is about people. We should be having more innovation in terms of factories and research and scientific discoveries. We want to grow the sciences in our country so that we have become more innovative, more research-based, but also more problem solvers than importing experts to do this for us. So the future of the education sector in our country is very important, but also the agriculture, because our country is naturally endowed with good weather and good soils. So let's be, as it were, no longer a potential, but the real food basket.
Talk to political players in the country.
Not only to the not only the potential of agriculture in our country, but the reality of being the food basket of not only East African community, but the whole of Africa, because we have no reason why we cannot produce enough food. Let's mechanize agriculture. Let's make it work for Uganda. Let it be the foundation of our country's economy. And if we choose to be focused, we have no reason why we should not develop in the next 60 years.
Yeah, I was saying, what message do you have for the political players in the country?
To the political players, this is your time. Every 5 years we elect leaders. Use every 1 hour every day in the next 5 years to make a contribution, because we will have to be accountable. When you are elected or when you are given a political position, then every day you must wake up and do something to account to the people. Whether it is resources, because again it is politicians like Parliament that do the appropriation of the budget, whether it is monitoring and whether it is oversight, it falls back to the politicians. The hands of our country are led by politicians, and therefore I call upon them to face front on the challenges of our country, and also to recognize where we have come from, and they speak to the people on what we have done, what needs to be done, and what lays ahead for the future.
You give a message to women, particularly in Uganda.
To my fellow women in Uganda, I want to wish you a very happy Independence Day. This time and this season, women have fought so hard to take up their rightful positions to contribute to the development of our country. I therefore want to ask you to be more vigilant, to take up your positions, to work harder, and to ensure that for every contribution that is being made for stability, for the benefit of our country, women, you should be there at the forefront, and let's provide leadership to our country.
We now are receiving the head of state arriving, and like I said, when he arrives, we'll then definitely start the activities officially with the parade, and then thereafter go for prayers and go for speeches. So viewers and those who are following us on the UBC radio stations and the other platforms, we now go to the parade as the president arrives and begins with the anthems. Then we shall go for the parade.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Commander-in-Chief of the Uganda People's Defense Forces and the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni, you are most welcome to the 60th independence anniversary of this great pearl of Africa. Shall we all rise for the anthems? Your Excellency, I request you to take your seat. Distinguished guests, that's stripping of the colors. And when the colors will be coming on the parade, all of us shall stand.
Barricade! Kuja sikilizaji ya bendera. Slow to hand. Whip. Waliobaki miguu kwani. Ndio.
The commander of the colors receives them from the custodians, then he hands over to the officers that will be hoisting them in the parade. After the trooping of colors, the parade commander shall invite His Excellency to inspect the parade. Shall we rise? Please resume your seats. Your Excellency, sir, arriving is Her Excellency Salma Suluhu, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. She is followed by His Excellency Dr. Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mheshimiwa, nakaribishwa. Parade Commander, it's time for His Excellency the President to inspect the parade. Parade Commander.
Mheshimiwa Rais ya Jamhuri ya Uganda na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu, gwaridi rasmi ya kuhitimisha mwaka 60 meunda na Jeshi ya Wananchi ya Ulinzi ya Uganda, askari wachunga amri na sheria, askari magereza, wachunga mbuga za nyama za pori, mejipanga kwa mistari miwili, vikundi 36. Kwa ukaguzi yako, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Your Excellencies, you are welcome. Protocol, please. Protocol, please. Your Excellency Dr. Ruto, you are most welcome. And we congratulate you upon your recent victory in the most recently concluded elections of Kenya. Karibu, karibu sana. Now the President of Uganda goes to inspect the bands, the EPDF band, the Uganda Police Band, and the Uganda Prison Services Band. He's being invited by the Director of Music in the EPDF, Kano Sentongo. After the inspection of the parade, His Excellency the President of Uganda shall proceed to the hoisting of the flag ceremony. Shall welcome the President of the Republic of Somalia. The hoisting of the national flag is a repeat of what happened on 9th of October, 1962. Shall we all stand? Shall we all stand? Please resume your seats. His Excellency shall proceed to his seat. As His Excellency proceeds to his seat, I wish to recognize our friends from Jotov and Bulgaria Limited who have worked with us.
Your Excellencies, our distinguished guests, a lot has been done in Uganda since 1962, when His Excellency the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, came in and made his first speech on the 29th of January 1986. He said, "What you see today is not a mere change of guards, but it is a fundamental change." In the last few years that he has spent in leadership in Uganda, we have actually seen the fundamental change. We started with rehabilitation, reconstruction, now we are in value addition, innovation, and now we are thinking about, actually we shall go into space. He has now ushered us into the middle income status.
May I now invite the religious leaders to come and lead us in prayers as we dedicate this 60th anniversary into God's hands. And as we receive them, let us look at Isaiah 60, verse 1 to the end. Arise, Uganda, let your light shine. Arise, Uganda, let your light shine.
That is the verse for today. Arise and shine, for the Lord's glory is upon you. Your Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Mama, and all other excellencies and guests here present, we want to congratulate you and thank God for all of us, for the far the Lord has brought us. And we are here the second Mufti is going to lead the prayers representing the Muslims. Also, Dr. Sarwada is here with us, and Monsignor Samuso representing the Roman Catholics. Let us pray. Isaiah 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for you, the Lord is people's light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Leviticus 27, verse 7 says, for a person 60 years old or more, set the value of a male at 15 shekels and or a female of 10 shekels. 60 years has a spiritual meaning. It means setting a value. People who have reached 60 years celebrations are called sexagenarians. And also, we celebrate diamond with a spiritual meaning, moving towards prosperity and wealth. Spiritual meaning of nurturing, symbol of support, lean upon, completion, sharing with one another. All these fit in our theme, a declaration of African interdependence and our shared destiny. 60 means let go of the past and think about what comes next. It's about reconciliation. It's about forgiveness. Let us pray. Lord God, we give you thanks for the wonderful country, Uganda, which you created and gave it to us. Thank you for the sun, the fertile soil. Thank you for what we have achieved in the 60 years, especially a gift of life for those of us who are still alive. And remember those who were present during the attainment of independence, but now they departed. Sir Edward Mutesa, the first president of Uganda, Dr. Milton Obote, who was the Prime Minister, and many others who are around, Archbishop Leslie Brown, Archbishop Chiwanuka, Archbishop Nanchama, Haji Badru Kakungulu, Benedicto Chiwanuka, to mention about a few. We thank you for all those who worked tirelessly to ensure that Uganda gets her independence. Semakula Mulumba, Kabaka Mwanga, and Kabalega, and the others who had seen a need for the people to have freedom. Lord, we give you thanks for their efforts. We ask you for forgiveness where we have not done well as a country, especially where many lives have been lost in the 60 years. Have mercy upon us. Where we have not loved your people as we love our souls, forgive us. Thank you for the fire you have brought us. We thank you for the leadership we have now, the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency General Kaguta Museveni, and the First Lady, Mama Janet Museveni. We thank you for the executive, judiciary, and parliament. We pray for wisdom, knowledge for those organs so that they lead people well, like the wisdom you gave to Solomon. We thank you for the positive things we have seen today in the area of infrastructure development in the country, power, roads, ICT, water, and sanitation. We pray for a step up in many areas where more work is needed and maintenance of our projects, especially roads. We pray for a step up and improve on rural road network because increased road connectivity promotes economic development. We pray for our economy and good connections so that we get good markets for our goods. We thank you for the hospitals we have and pray that every part of the country can have access to medical services. We also pray for our current issues like Ebola and COVID-19. We trust you shall take care of Ebola as you took care of COVID-19. I pray that there will be more resources in budget allocation for the Ministry of Health. We give you thanks for the peace in our country. We pray every part of Uganda gets peace, especially in Karamoja. We give you thanks for the good weather and the fertile country with the body of waters. We pray that you help us to continue to protect our environment by planting trees, handling the Buvera and the polythene paper crisis. We pray that, Lord, every Ugandan will be responsible. We give you thanks for the education system and our institutions. We pray for education that helps in job creation and not in job seekers. We pray that we promote science and technology, not forgetting other faculties. Above all, that people can grow in the knowledge of God and our Savior, Jesus Christ. We pray for our neighbors, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC Congo, Rwanda, and all other international partners here represented. We pray that Uganda arise and shine as a God-fearing nation, because our motto is for God and my country. Let there be peace and harmony. We pray for security organs. We pray for prosperity, infrastructure development, agriculture, and sciences. Help us to be united, free for liberty, but above all, spiritual liberty, liberation from sins, selfishness, corruption, any other acts of injustice, tribalism, sectarianism, materialism, consumerism, secularism. We pray for liberty from peace, promote hard work and faithfulness and integrity. Thank you so much, God. We bless you. We pray for forgiveness and reconciliation. Let the past go and embrace future with the hope. Lord, bless Uganda. Lord, bless Africa. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. We seek refuge in the Almighty Allah from the cursed devil. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. In the name of the Lord, the compassionate, the merciful. We are going to recite the chapter 1 of the Holy Quran, verse 1 to 8. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Praise be to the Lord of the worlds. Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the most gracious, the most merciful. Malik Yawmiddin, the Lord of the day of judgment. Iyyaka na'budu, it's you, Lord, we worship. Wa iyyaka nasta'in, and it's you, Lord, that we seek sustenance and help. Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim, guide us to the straight path. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. The path of those you endowed with your favors, and not those that deserved your utmost anger or those who went astray. We seek peace and mercy of the Almighty God to be bestowed upon our beloved messengers. Almighty God, we thank you for the prosperity that you graciously blessed our nation, Uganda, throughout the ages. We pay tribute to the gallant sons and daughters of this nation who sacrificed their most in the interest of enhancing the freedom and liberty of this beloved nation. We thank you, Lord, for raising us to the realization and real independence in the hands of the current leadership stewardship, which has led us towards a fundamental change and towards the liberation of not only Uganda, but the entire East African region and Africa at large. We finally pray, Lord, that you continue to lay your divine, blessed hands and wisdom upon our leader, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, his family, and his cabinet. We also pray for our respective leaders of the respective East African countries in the region, the entire Africa and the whole world at large, that we keep at harmony and respect. We pray, Almighty God, that you bless us. You continue to love us as a country. You endow us with wisdom and understanding of all the role that we ought to play. In your mighty name we pray.
Thank you very much, Archbishop Kazimba and the entire team. Your Excellency, as we are going on with prayers, we received the President of South Sudan, His Excellency General Salva Kiir. We also received the President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency General Ishimie. You are most welcome, Your Excellencies. And we thank you, sir, for bringing the East African community to attend our independence celebrations. We shall now have a march past over the parade. That's the voice of Colonel R.E. Okirol, the parade commander. Your Excellency, Mwalimu Nyerere said that if an African finds others walking, he should run. By uniting the East African community countries and moving or marching towards political federation is not only economically right, but politically of strategic importance. We must unite for prosperity. We must unite for strategic security. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, on such a day, we cannot fail to remember our forefathers that put in all it required to attain our independences in Africa. And then we salute the gallant sons and daughters that have put their lives in line of fire to ensure the territorial integrity of our countries and our continent is maintained. Please arise. Thank you very much. You may resume your seats. Change of tune. Bring ushers in a new step. Please resume your seats. After that, the parade will move into review order. Your Excellencies, after review order, I will request everyone to cast their eyes to the east of the ceremonial ground, where my hand is pointing. There will be another parade going on in the air. Please rise for the anthem. Your Excellencies, your eyes across the horizon to the east. There are already formations in the air. It's a fly past, and it's being performed by the caravan formation. Caravans play a role of transport, medical evacuation, battlefield command and control, and communication from the Uganda People's Defense Forces Air Force. And there they come. They are under the command of Major Job Osuret. The caravans shall be followed by the Falcon formation. So, Major Job Osret showing us what they can do best. Across the horizon, Your Excellency. We see the helicopters.
Got them inside.
In the lead is the helicopter flying the Uganda flag, celebrating Uhuru, the independence of the Liberated Republic. If the club, let's make it real for our independence.
Initially told that the full advice went that it's clear. Are you having them? Yes, they are here. The helicopter, they told them the advice went to the Puma. Tell Puma that the caravan, I mean the helicopters are over the field, over but indicate whether they have the Falcons inside, the Vipers inside. Puma formations.
These are under the command of Kanu Hussein Waiswa.
Confirm you have the Vipers overflying Kololo now inside. They are approaching the field now. Viper is following Falcon and they are overhead the field now.
And immediately in Tao is the Viper formation under the command of Lieutenant Colonel George Buga.
They have to have them inside. Ask them whether they have them inside. Viper inside. Viper inside. Confirm Viper inside.
In the lead is the transport chopper, but in Tao are the attack helicopters that perform major operations in air support. Again, back to the horizon, we have the Puma formation. Puma formation is being commanded by Lieutenant Nathan Mwebesa. Lastly, in the fly past,
we are going to be ready in 30 seconds, the Tiger formation. 30 seconds.
Now that's the commander talking to us. I will await, give him time to communicate to Your Excellencies and our guests.
Next step, you will report to Red Day for your salute, then I'll say the Tiger now. This is Eagle. Tiger formation, Zebra. Tiger formation, Zebra.
As
no, then, okay, good. Tiger formation, Zebra. Eagle on standby.
Sir.
Zebra, do you read?
Confirm station calling is Eagle 1.
Tiger formation, setting course.
Go ahead. Next report overhead, Kololo.
Ready for flyby.
Next report over Kololo and break up under report ready to start the salute.
Loudspeaker.
Tiger formation. Distinguished guests, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Colin Aino, Commander of the Air Parade Flypast today. On behalf of the entire crew, I wish Your Excellency and all Ugandans a happy anniversary. 60th Independence Anniversary. Long live Your Excellency, long live UPDF, and long live Uganda. For God and my country.
Thank you very much, Commander. Your Excellencies, I request that we give a hand clap to the commander and his team as we see the Tiger formation. There it emerges to the at the horizon, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Colin Zainomcha, 4th generation multi-role combat task. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we salute you for building capacity of the Uganda People's Defense Forces. Now I request we shift our eyes to the sky above the ground, because, Your Excellency, the sons and daughters of this country now can drop from the air to support the ground troops in different combat roles. So when we look up in the sky, very soon we shall be seeing these young men dropping out of the aircraft and will land safely here in Kololo. So when our parliament allocates us resources, they are put to use to build capacity in the defense of our motherland and the entire Africa. So you're about to watch the 1st Airborne Unit scan day.
The commander can commence the transmission.
Your Excellency, the dropping will be done at 11,000 feet. That's where they, from the ground or above the ground. And I was saying that it is the 1st Airborne Unit.
Your Excellency, sir, this is Captain Amos Basime, the team leader of skydiving team from Space Forces Command. We are at 12,000 feet above the sea level. We are going to exit and free fall for 7,000 feet. Then parachute at 5, open parachute at 5,000 feet. Permission to carry on and happy independence, Your Excellency.
You are allowed to go ahead. Your Excellencies, you heard for yourselves. At 11,000, they will dive out, free fall up 7,000 feet, and at 5,000, release the parachute, and they will land behind the parade here in the ceremonial ground. If you look across in the sky, the aircraft is there between the set of clouds. I know the birds have mixed in, but the aircraft is steady moving. It's not zigzagging like the flies, I mean the birds. It has now come below the other set of clouds, and we are about to see the divers exit. I would request the cameraman over the screens to focus on the aircraft above so that other people can see. So far, 4 have exited. We can see the first parachute, the second, the third, the fourth one. As the aircraft moves to the west, the paratroopers use a wing parachute capable of flight and precise control that requires high skills. Today, the habit of skydiving has become very popular in special forces unit operations from all over the world, who use it as an operational ability to arrive from the air in a separate way while navigating to a precise point on the ground. There you are, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Those are your sons that have been trained to support ground forces in the combat operations. Those who have clapped, thank you so much. The parachute equipment allows commando teams to jump with the personal combat equipment and weapons as they take advantage. Your Excellencies, the first jumper is about to hit the ground just behind the parade. And there it is. An applause for this jumper. He has successfully landed. Two more are about to hit the ground as well. If you look up, they are all carrying our national flag. Skillfully controlling the parachute to take him where he wants to land, not just the wind. There we go. There we go. There we go. The legs have come together. There we go. And successfully gets to the ground. That one next. There we go. There we go. And he landed successfully. Next is coming, being escorted by the birds. Nature acknowledges the skill as well. There we are. There we are. There we are. There we are, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And he lands successfully on his feet. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the last jumper, as he heads for the ground, skillful maneuvering. The person in charge of the floats, you are next. And I will hand over later, after that, the jump. I'll hand over to my colleague Alice to invite the floats. The final leg, there we are. There we are. There we are. There we are. And finally, he's on the ground successfully. Shall we give a round of applause to the first team of jumpers in this country? Thank you so much, Your Excellencies. Alice.
Thank you. Your Excellency, now from the air we have come back to the ground. Your Excellency, we are talking about the shared destiny of Africa. You have been emphasizing energy infrastructure, and now we have also the Pearl of Africa, the Pearl Africa satellite. Your Excellency, we are now going to see the floats showing how far we have gone in science, technology, and innovation. Therefore, Your Excellency, I would like you to Your Excellency, please allow me to call Mr. Muwanguzi J.B. Abraham, who is the team leader, Policy and Planning, the Science, Technology and Innovation Secretariat, to come and talk about the floats which are coming now, to show how far we have gone as we leap into the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Mwanguzi Abraham.
Thank you, Your Excellency and Your Excellencies. As already mentioned, Uganda is making strides in harnessing science, technology, and innovation. And as you say, Your Excellency, if Africa does not embrace fully science and technology, we are not going to be fully independent. The Secretariat of Science and Technology is working at growing the contribution of knowledge. And as I speak, I request the team that is presenting to be moving to show Your Excellencies what I'm talking about. So it is working to grow the contribution of knowledge of goods and services in the national economy in order to enhance productivity in all sectors, facilitate import substitution. Uganda is blessed with many resources, and these are mostly taken out unprocessed. And you have always emphasized we need to process our raw materials, and then also promote export of science and technology-led innovations. In all that we are doing, our goal is to make Uganda the best and most technologically advanced nation in the region and beyond. And I say that quietly, that our neighbors will not hear, but if they hear, we are also willing to work together to make the East African region the best and most technologically advanced region in Africa and beyond. So, Your Excellency and Your Excellencies, we do this through 8 value chains, and we are going to see 4 of those. The others are focusing on import substitution, productivity acceleration, export promotion, and ensuring that we have the necessary infrastructure to promote science, technology, and innovation. And what you're going to see, Your Excellencies, include the mobility value chain, which is leading. Those bikes which are coming are electric bikes, and these bikes have worked very well. Your Excellency, Dr. Ruto, I can tell you that these have worked very well for the hustlers in Uganda, and I believe they can do a great job for our brothers and sisters in Kenya, because those electric bikes which are leading the procession are 10% cheaper to buy, 67% cheaper to maintain, and they are 10% cheaper to run than their fuel equivalent. We have worked as STI with the private sector, the different ministries and agencies and academia in developing those electric bikes, and to date there are about 200 bikes in Uganda with different charging points and battery swapping stations, and we look at having 300,000 electric bikes by 2026. Then the float which is coming before you, at the front it has the pathogen economy, which is looking at making money from diseases. The tractor before you, Your Excellencies, is also an electric tractor, and all those are on the market. In front of that first truck is displaying the pathogen economy, which is looking at making money from diseases. So it is looking at making, selling, and use of goods and services that are related to prevention and control and treatment of different pathogens, both in animal and plants, together with human beings. And to date, we have 5 vaccines which are already on animal trial. We have 6 kits for testing different diseases, and we also working on constructing a plant for mass manufacture. So we work with different researchers and innovators who are in the herbal area. We want to make use of our traditional medicine, standardize it, and make it internationally acceptable. Your Excellencies, on the same float at the back, we have the Industry 4+ value chain. Today, we are talking about electronics, artificial intelligence, cyber security, robotics, big data, nanotechnology, additive manufacturing. But we have noted that in Uganda, all this infrastructure is 99% involving things that are imported. So we have started on the journey of identifying and supporting research in these technologies and to provide for prototyping, testing, and validating market ready. And we have started the journey with the manufacture of microchips and local electronics, still working with the private sector. Your Excellencies, the float which is standing and has blue towers with a plane on top is looking at displaying the plans we have for aeronautics and space science, as we've seen the display up. This is looking at innovation in space exploration, Earth observations, such as satellites, establishment of space agency, and to date, training has already taken place for Ugandan engineers in Japan, and this training resulted in the manufacture of the very first satellite for Uganda, called the Pearl Africa Sat-1. It was tested for space worthiness by the Japan Aerospace Agency and found worthy to go in orbit. And on 16th November of this year, NASA is going to launch our Ugandan satellite into orbit. And the Mpoma Satellite Earth Station is going to act as the command center. And the work on its refurbishment are being completed by the National Enterprise Corporation. And that float represents what we can do with the data. Early earth warning systems, information on agribusiness, infrastructure applications, space monitoring, mining and exploration, and even prediction of population density in our country. So that is what we saw there. And then lastly, we have a product of Kiramoto Corporation. Those are the two buses which you see. The white one is an electric bus. Kiramoto's Corporation is a government-owned entity, 100%, and it is leading the transition to electric mobility by 2040. It is the one that is working with the private sector on the electric bikes and the tractors to see that we transition fully. So that white bus has free internet. It has an electrically controlled air suspension system, charging points, and it can go up to 300 kilometers on a single charge. Those buses are already on the roads of Kampala and plying the routes. Then the second bus, which is behind, is the diesel coach, which is an executive coach with toilets inside, fridge, Wi-Fi, charging points, and very, very comfortable seats. And that bus can be made either in diesel or fully electric. So the Kiramotos is leading the e-mobility transition at all levels: water, land, air, and probably Your Excellencies, one time when you return to Uganda, you might come in a plane which is designed and manufactured in Uganda. So we request and call upon for the regional support. Those buses are ready and orders can be made. Those electric bikes are ready and orders can be made. So, Your Excellency, John Yoweri Museveni, I request that you pass on our request to the Excellencies who are here to place orders. We are ready to supply. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your Excellency, when Jesus was calling his 12 disciples, there was one called Philip. He went and found one who was called Nathanael. He told Nathanael, "We have found the Messiah, the Christ, who is from Nazareth." Nathanael said to Philip, "Wait a minute, can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Philip told him, "Come and see." So, Your Excellency, if anybody is asking, can all these things come from Uganda, we shall just tell them, just come and see. We have them. Your Excellency, at this juncture, we would like to call upon the Director of Ceremonies to take over the function, the Honorable Minister of the Presidency, Honorable Mili Babalanda, take over the function. Your Excellency, thank you and congratulations on the 60th anniversary for independence.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and National Chairman of the mighty Patenarem, retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. The First Lady and Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, Her Excellency the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, retired Major Jessica Alupo Rose Pale, His Lordship the Chief Justice Alphonse Owiny-Dollo, the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker of Parliament Thomas Taewa, the Right Honourable First Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, retired Brigadier General Alhaj Moses Chigongo, the Right Honourable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja, the Right Honourable Second Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader of Government Business in Parliament, retired General Moses Ali, the Right Honourable Third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without Portfolio, Lukia Isanga Nakadama, the Right Honourable NRM Secretary General Richard Todrong, my colleagues, the Honourable Ministers, the Ministers of State present, all the heads of diplomatic missions present, all the members of Parliament present, all the former national leaders. Here, Your Excellency, we do have the Right Honourable Mama Mbabas, the former Prime Minister and former National Secretary General. We do have the Honourable Right Honourable Ruhakana Rugunda, the former Prime Minister, and the Right Honourable Chintu Musoke, also the former Prime Minister. All the traditional leaders present, all the religious leaders present, the IGG, Deputy Head of Public Service, the permanent secretaries, service chiefs. Here, Your Excellency, we do have the CDF, the IGP, and the Commissioner General of Prisons, the senior presidential advisors, the resident city commissioners, my daughter, the National Youth Council representative, Chichoncho Brenda, and all other invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, allow me to introduce to you the East African President of the East African Community. The President of the Republic of Burundi and Chairman of the East African Community, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. The President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto. Your Excellency Dr. Ruto is accompanied by his First Lady, the First Lady of Kenya, Mrs. Rachel Ruto. The President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit. The President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. His Excellency Dr. Hussein Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, representing Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania. Your Excellency is accompanied by the First Lady, Mrs. Mariam Hamman Mwinyi. His Excellency Liao Ebul Jean-Pierre, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Public Service, representing His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, President of Democratic Republic of Congo. Honorable Professor Manasseh Nshuti, Minister of State for East African Community Affairs of the Republic of Uganda, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, the President of the Republic of Rwanda. Honorable Dr. Peter Mutuku Mathuki, Secretary General of the East African Community Affairs. Honorable Colonel Sadio Kamara, Minister of State, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Mali, Your Excellency is leading a delegation of other 6 senior officials. Your Excellency, these are your special guests. Ms. Nafisatu is a special guest from Kuwait. Mr. Meshal J. Al-Saba is also a special guest from Kuwait. Mr. Arnold Roget, Your Excellency, is also a special guest. Celine El Abed is also a special guest. Emma Gordon is also a special guest. Honorable Serada Mohammed Abdallah, Your Excellency, is also a special guest. Guledi Abinasel is also a special guest. And Enrica Pinetti is also a special guest. Your Excellency, the theme for this year's independence anniversary is a declaration of African interdependence and our shared destiny. Your Excellency the President and the visiting heads of state and government, all Ugandans in attendance here and online, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to thank the Almighty God for enabling Uganda to attain 60 years of independence today and for giving abundant life to our dear President, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who has sacrificed a great deal to serve his country. Your Excellency, sir, you will always be our hero for the peace and stability we now enjoy, for the clear-headed and visionary leadership, and for the great milestone attained in transforming Uganda and the East African region as a whole. Your Excellency, you are a very special person, and you wish well Uganda and East Africa. The good reception you received while in Rwanda, in Southern Sudan, and recently in Nairobi, Kenya, during the inauguration of His Excellency Dr. William Ruto as President of the Republic of Kenya, who described you as the father of the region, are a testimony to your statesmanship. His Excellency President Ruto's words cannot be taken for granted. Indeed, you are a real statesman, a freedom fighter, and the father of the region, not only because of your age, but largely your continuous guidance on issues of leadership, security, and integration of the region. Your Excellency, it is also testimony of how much the people of the region trust and have hope in you, especially to steer the road to full East African integration. Indeed, it will be such a wonderful experience to realize this full integration during your lifetime. You have invested a great deal of your time marketing the values of East African integration, and now that the region is stable, on behalf of all Ugandans, Your Excellency, who are here today, and those following the various media platforms, I hereby make a passionate appeal to all the East African heads of state to expedite the issue of East African integration. The process has been so slow that it can be said that some of the challenges we face now are attributed to this delay. Lastly, Your Excellency, on behalf of all Ugandans who may not have had the chance to speak through this microphone, and indeed on my behalf, I wish to express our solidarity with you regarding the matter of the oil pipeline. Ugandans are with you in all your plans to develop our motherland. In the book of Psalms, chapter 33, verse 10, the Lord says that He will destroy the ill plans of the nations and fail the bad missions of the actors. Your Excellency, all the evil plans against our oil project by those who are not so kind to us will not succeed. At the end of the day, we will be victorious. It is said that lies move faster than the truth. However, when the truth overtakes the lies, it completely overshadows it. At this juncture, Your Excellency, and in view of the time constraints, allow me, sir, to invite you to come and address the nation. I thank you all.
His Excellency President Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, and Chairperson of the East African Community now, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, you people, when you call your vehicle, these buses which are here, you call them Kira. That is the name of General Salva Kiir. Kiir in their language is the same as Kira. Because in their language it means, Kiir means the knife. And that's what it means here. His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the newly elected President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Sheikh Hussein, the President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, His Excellency Hussein Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, representing Her Excellency Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, the Deputy Prime Minister from Congo, the Minister from the Republic of Rwanda, representing His Excellency Paul Kagame, the Secretary General of the East African Community, and all the other invited guests. Your Excellencies, we are still observing semi-lockdown for Corona. Therefore, this celebration is not open to the public. They are watching from the TVs. The people you see here are all invited people, mainly leaders from the districts who are representing their people. But the country is following on television because we are still fighting Corona, and also this is now Ebola, but by the time we planned this, there was no Ebola, it was mainly Corona. So therefore, before I speak, I would like to ask three of their excellencies to come here and greet you on behalf of the others and give you some words of advice. The first to speak should be the Mugore. Mugore in our language here means a new couple. And this is Dr. William Ruto, the President of Kenya. And then he will be followed by General Salva Kiir Mayardit, because that one will represent the elders, other than myself. Is the one who comes. He's my young brother, just a bit smaller than me. And then finally, our chairman of the East African Community, His Excellency Ndayishimiye.
Thank you, sir. Asante sana mzee. Your Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the great country of Uganda, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, First Lady Mama Janet Museveni, leaders present, distinguished Ugandans, and the great people of East Africa, good afternoon. First, I bring you greetings from your brothers and sisters in Kenya, both Kenyans and Ugandans and East Africans. They have sent me with greetings on this very important day while you celebrate 60 years of your independence. Congratulations, Your Excellency, Mr. President. Congratulations, the great people of Uganda. And accompanying those greetings is our commitment to our region. Mzee Museveni, as I said, is our elder. We have tremendous respect for him, and we look up to him to now work so that we can eliminate the borders that separate our people in East Africa and in Africa. It is very clear to us that we cannot share poverty and we cannot share hunger, but we can share opportunity and we can share prosperity. It is our place as leaders and as citizens of the East Africa region for us to work together so that we can transform our borders, which today stand out as barriers, and convert them to bridges so that goods, services, and people can move across this East Africa without any impediments. Your Excellency, as our elder, President Museveni, you have the challenge to lead the charge on ensuring that we bring down the boundaries and the borders and the barriers so that we can have a borderless East Africa community. We are looking in our lifetime, in the next few years, that people, goods, and services can move across this East Africa as we lead the way in ensuring that the Africa Continental Free Trade Area becomes a reality. Your Excellency, I did instruct the Minister for Trade in Kenya to work with the Minister of Trade in Uganda so that together we can formulate and sign into the guided trade agreement that will facilitate the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to begin to become a reality, and so that we can harness the opportunities for investment, for trade, and for people to work together in our region. Finally, I have a word for our business people. The business people in our region are lagging behind the policymakers. I want to ask our entrepreneurs, our business people, the investor community in our region to take advantage of the infrastructure provided by the EAC and the ACFTA to transform our region. There is absolutely no reason why food cannot be available in our region. If there is food in Uganda, it should find its way to Kenya. If there is opportunity in Kenya, Ugandans should be able to access that opportunity. I am looking forward, Your Excellency, Mr. President, to you leading us in this region so that we can truly build prosperity and harness opportunity in our region for the mutual benefit of the 300 million people in EAC and the 1.2 billion people in the African continent. Your Excellency, to our business community, today we import 1.2 million tons of fertilizer into East Africa community, while we have the raw material for us to manufacture that fertilizer and save ourselves foreign exchange and create opportunity for jobs while we manufacture fertilizer for our own use in this region. We spend $500 million every year to import clinker for our cement manufacture, for our construction. That too, we have the raw materials in Kenya, in Tanzania, and in Uganda to produce clinker, and we can save $500 million from and wealth being exported from our region. Let me also say that we spend another $500 million every year to import steel for construction into our region. We have the raw materials in Uganda, we have gas in Uganda, we have the opportunity in Kenya, we have the raw materials in our region. Our business people should harness those opportunities, leverage on the friendship that we have as East Africans, and save us the foreign exchange and create jobs for the millions of young people in our region so that we can create wealth, we can share opportunity, and we can share prosperity. Your Excellency, with age and with experience comes responsibility. You have the age, you have the experience. Take the responsibility and lead the charge. Asanteni sana, thank you very much, and may the good Lord bless you.
Congratulations. Your Excellency, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Members of Diplomatic Corps and International Community, Your Excellencies, representatives of regional and international organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, on behalf of the people of the Republic of South Sudan, and their government, to congratulate my brother, President Yoweri Museveni, and all the Ugandan people on this occasion of the 60th anniversary of your country's independence. I'm delighted to join you in the celebration of this historic milestone, given the special relationship South Sudan enjoys with our sisterly Republic of Uganda. Let me also recognize and honor the men and women who made ultimate sacrifices 60 years ago to liberate Uganda from colonial rule. Without them, this day would not have come to pass. And through them, Uganda is spearheaded the liberation of many African countries, including South Sudan. As the theme of this celebration states, October 9th, a declaration of African independence and our shared destiny. Africa remains the last global economic frontier with untapped potential in both human and natural resources. This theme calls upon us to dedicate ourselves to the task of pursuing ideals of Pan-Africanism, such as strengthening inter-regional trade and cooperation within our borders. It is only through this that we can achieve our objective of economic prosperity in East Africa and across the continent. As Africans, this must be our century to uplift our people out of the abject poverty, chronic diseases, and ignorance. Guided by our common values and interests to effectively determine our shared destiny, we must strive to build a better future for the next generations and collectively overcome the patronizing foreign control of our affairs. Finally, Your Excellency, I urge my counterparts within the East African community to join hands and work together for the common good of all Africans. I wish you all a happy 60th anniversary celebrations. Thank you all, and may God bless Uganda. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, Mama First Lady of Uganda, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Excellencies, Head of Delegation, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, dear people of Uganda, muri bulungi bana Uganda, Uganda oye, independence oye, mbayoza yoza kulunakulu no olukulu. Your Excellency, let me start by thanking God who granted me and my delegation a safe journey up to this beautiful country, Uganda. On behalf of the Burundian people, the government of Burundi, and on my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for such a warm welcome granted to myself and my delegation since we arrived in your beautiful country. Burundi's history and strong brotherhood with Uganda is of inestimable value to our respective people, and we are honored and happy to join you as you celebrate 60 years of independence. Your Excellency, as we all know, Independence Day is always a time to reflect on the milestones of our national history in order to make a fresh start. It is the same thing with us. The history of Uganda has many similarities with the history of Burundi. Your Excellency President, this celebration should be a reminder to all East Africans of the impact of colonization left behind in our countries and knowledge that the worst among them was division. I am sure that here there are Ugandan people came from Burundi, as there are Burundian people came from Uganda before colonization. We are one people. This is our heritage. Unfortunately, yet there are Africans who like to maintain colonization ideology, which came with egoism, nepotism, and imperialism. Excellency, for me, I note that we can only be strong when we come together, when we are one people with one destiny. I wish at this occasion to congratulate you, Excellency, for having managed to heal psychological traumas resulting from dark periods of your nation's history, and for building the Uganda economy to such an extent that my fellow Burundians have found a great market here for some of their daily needs. Burundians will never forget the contribution you made for the return of peace, stability, and democracy in Burundi as chairperson of regional initiative. Thank you again, Your Excellency, for your wise contribution to establish peace in the region. We Burundian people and East African people, we boast of having you as a sage of the region. Your Excellency, in this highly symbolic commemoration, my dearest wish is to see a reintegrated East Africa and a united Africa. And this can only be reached when we are economically, culturally, politically independent and stable. It is high time we strengthen our regional integration and build a more prosperous and powerful East African community having one market and one voice. This is our ultimate goal as East African, realizing the political federation. That is the reason why I commend and congratulate regional companies that have already opened branches in Burundi and encourage others to do the same. Our community is one of the most successful in Africa, and it is my sincere hope that our success will inspire other similar regional settings. Excellence, I would not finish my remark without saying a word about the commendable job we are doing to bring peace and stability in the east of Democratic Republic of Congo. I recently had a meeting with the United Nations Secretary General on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly, and he assured me of his full support of the Nairobi initiative. He asked me to personally tell you, together with the head of states of the East African Community member states, that he is proud of your work. He wishes you every success which will bring about the reduction of MONUSCO numbers while strengthening the East African force at the same time. For the sake of peace, nothing should stand on our way towards bringing security to the people of DRC and stabilizing the region. Once again, Your Excellency, I congratulate you. Fe abarundi tubagara nyonyo. Katonda abawe emikasa nemilembe. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Murakoze cyane. Mwebare. God bless you.
President abagambye nti abarundi wano bajjudde bano betuyita baganda basinga barundi nyakubaho yaravuze ngo abarundi ahangaha ni benshi cyane. We cannot go without hearing a word from the excellencies who are here. His Excellency, the President of Somalia, I would like to invite him to say some words, and His Excellency, President of Zanzibar, His Excellency Mwinyi, and then the Deputy Prime Minister of Congo, and the Minister from Rwanda. It's better they all say something to you.
His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, heads of states and governments, respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and a pleasure to be here with you all to celebrate with you the independence of the beautiful and rich land of Uganda and its people. Uganda is a land blessed with human capital, natural resources, and a spirit of success which radiates from the people of Uganda. In this regard, I, on behalf of myself and the Somali government and its people, sincerely congratulate the government and the people of Uganda on the hard-won 60th independence anniversary. Since independence, Somalia and Uganda have been strong allies with a shared agenda and ambition for sustainable development. Our two nations not only share a rich history but a future of common opportunities which we are determined to benefit from the betterment of our two peoples. Our partnership for progress started before the independence of our two nations. Somalia stood by Uganda's independence, and these bonds of friendship broadly continued after the struggle of the independence. Today, Somalia and Uganda face a common enemy in international terrorism. On the security front, Somalia and Uganda and all other troop-contributing countries are laying the foundation for a secure, progressive, and prosperous Somalia and the wider region by actively supporting our government's effort to annihilate Al-Shabaab once and for all. We are grateful to Uganda for training many of our brave security forces who are on the front line in the fight against international terrorism as we are attending this great opportunity this day, this hour. Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to express our nation's gratitude for the noble sacrifices of young men and women from Uganda and other troop-contributing countries in our joint fight against international terrorism. We Somalis are deeply conscious of your country's relentless contribution towards our peace building and commemorate those sacrifices with our commitment to peace and prosperous future for generations to come in Somalia. Since the independence, Uganda has come a very long way under the able leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, who has dedicated his life to ensuring the progress of Uganda and its citizens. This is an exemplary step taken towards a nation building. Today, both the government and the people of Uganda are on the right path to sustainable development, and they must be proud of this as we are all with them. In this auspicious day, we look forward to continuing our partnership and cooperation. I wish the Ugandan government and its people even greater success and development in the future to come. I say all Happy Independence Day to all Ugandans. I thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, Mr. Kaguta Museveni, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, and our brothers from Uganda, good afternoon. I bring His Excellency President Paul Kagame greetings and that of the people of Rwanda for these celebrations that you have today, 60 years after independence. Your Excellency, some of us have been in Uganda since you took power many years ago. Uganda has transformed beyond recognition. Congratulations, Ugandans, and Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the people of Rwanda and the people of Uganda are brothers and sisters brought together by one unity of purpose and indeed destiny. We wish to remain so forever. Your Excellency, as part of East African community, we applaud your achievements and indeed the unity you have in this country and the one that, of course, you wish to bring in the region. And of course, you can count on Rwanda to be part of that unity and process. Indeed, with these few remarks, Your Excellency, I again wish the people of Rwanda, Uganda the best over the 60 years now and many years to come. Thank you, Excellency.
Mheshimiwa Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Rais wa Uganda, waheshimiwa wakuu wa nchi na serikali mliopo hapa, waheshimiwa viongozi mbalimbali, viongozi wa serikali ya Uganda, wageni waalikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Naomba mniruhusu nizungumze kwa lugha ya Afrika Mashariki, lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwanza kabisa napenda nichukue fursa hii nimshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kutujalia uhai na afya njema na kuweza kukutana leo hapa katika shughuli hii muhimu ya kuadhimisha miaka 60 ya uhuru wa taifa la Uganda. Pili, naleta salamu za pongezi kutoka kwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mheshimiwa Samia Suluhu Hassan, kwako Mheshimiwa Rais Museveni, na kwa wananchi wote wa Uganda. Anakupeni pongezi kubwa sana kwa kuadhimisha siku hii. Aidha, nimesimama hapa kuleta salamu za upendo kutoka kwa wananchi wa Tanzania kwa ndugu zao wananchi wa Uganda kwa kuadhimisha miaka 60 ya uhuru, lakini vile vile kwa kupiga hatua kubwa ya kimaendeleo katika uchumi na kijamii katika kipindi hichi cha miaka 60 ya uhuru. Hongereni sana na kupeni salamu za wananchi ndugu zenu kutoka Tanzania. Leo si siku ya kusema mengi, ni siku ya kutoa pongezi tu kwenu, lakini naomba mniruhusu niseme moja tu la umuhimu mkubwa kwa nchi zetu mbili, nalo linalohusu bomba la mafuta. Na naomba niliseme kwa Kiingereza ili nieleweke vizuri zaidi. Your Excellencies, our two countries are undertaking many joint projects in various fields, notably in the energy and transport sectors. Among those projects is the construction of the East African crude oil pipeline from Hoima, Uganda to Tanga, Tanzania, which is expected to be the longest heated oil pipeline in the world. When completed, this project will not only boost the economy of our two countries, but also create employment, knowledge transfer, skills development, and unlock East African oil potential by attracting investment and improve the livelihoods of our people, improve the livelihoods of the people of our two countries and the region as a whole. Therefore, I urge the private sector from both countries to take lead in this mega project. Doing so, the private sector will employ our people and bring better life to our communities. In this regard, Tanzania and Uganda should not be deterred by any condemnations made against the project, which are based on misinformation. We should instead remain steadfast in implementing these strategic projects, which will bring huge benefits not only to our two countries, but the whole East African region. Baada ya kusema maneno hayo, kwa mara nyingine tena nichukue fursa hii kukupeni hongera, hongera, hongera sana kwa kuadhimisha miaka 60 ya uhuru. Mungu ibariki Uganda, Mungu ibariki Afrika Mashariki, Mungu ibariki Afrika. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de la République de l'Ouganda, Général Kaguta Museveni, Leurs Excellences, Messieurs les chefs d'État et chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, en vos titres et qualités,
Ladies and gentlemen, in your capacities.
Il a plu à son Excellence Félix Antoine Tshisekedi Tshilombo, président de la République démocratique du Congo,
President Tshisekedi, Head of State of the Democratic Republic of Congo,
de me confier la lourde mission de venir transmettre à son homologue et frère, le général Kaguta Museveni, ainsi qu'au peuple ougandais, les félicitations du peuple de la République démocratique du Congo, à l'ensemble du peuple ougandais, à l'occasion de la célébration de cette journée historique qui commémore l'anniversaire de l'indépendance de la République de l'Ouganda.
His Excellency, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, has given me this heavy task to come and represent him here, carry a special message to the people of Uganda, and congratulate them upon achieving this 60th independence anniversary.
Il m'a aussi chargé de transmettre au vaillant peuple de l'Ouganda le message de paix et de fraternité.
He has also entrusted me with the task of conveying a message of peace and brotherhood to all the Ugandans.
La paix, parce que notre région, notre espace géographique a longtemps souffert de troubles armés, de conflits armés, de problèmes sécuritaires.
Why peace? Because our region, our geographic area has for a long time suffered from troubles, from wars, and from insecurity.
Ces problèmes méritent que nos efforts soient conjugués, que nous puissions mutualiser nos énergies, nos forces, afin de construire ensemble une paix durable et définitive.
This problem requires us to pull our forces together to work towards restoring peace and ensuring sustainable peace.
À l'est du pays, le sang, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, le sang a beaucoup coulé. Dans notre région, le sang a beaucoup coulé.
In Eastern Congo, in our region, blood has been shed.
Il est temps pour le président de la République démocratique du Congo de construire un nouveau monde, de construire une paix durable qui va permettre le décollage de notre région, de nos pays respectifs, qui va permettre à ce que nous puissions léguer à nos enfants une région de paix avec des opportunités de développement et d'émergence.
It is now time for the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo to fix what has gone wrong so that even our children in future find a stable region.
Il a aussi transmis donc un message de fraternité parce que nos pays sont condamnés à vivre ensemble.
He has also sent me to tell you that the message he sent is a message of brotherhood because our countries have been condemned to work together, to live together.
Voisins, nous l'étions hier, voisins, nous le sommes aujourd'hui, voisins, nous le resterons éternellement.
We were neighbors in the past, we are neighbors today, and we shall remain neighbors in the future.
tout ce qui touche l'Ouganda touche la RDC. Tout ce qui touche la RDC touche l'Ouganda. Nous partageons la même histoire au sein de cet espace géographique et nous partageons donc le même destin.
What affects Uganda affects the Democratic Republic of Congo. What affects the Democratic Republic of Congo affects Uganda. We have a lot to share in this region, in this geographical area.
À l'occasion de cette célébration, nous souhaitons profiter de la grande expérience d'un homme qui a tout vécu, qui maîtrise l'histoire de notre région et qui donc a la responsabilité de veiller à ce que nos enfants, nos arrière-petits-enfants puissent vivre demain dans un monde de paix. Parce que la plus grande bataille qui nous reste à mener, c'est sans nul doute la bataille pour l'avènement d'une paix durable et fraternelle.
On this 60th independence occasion, we should take advantage of the great experience of someone in this region who knows the history very well, and that history is supposed to guide us to ensure that our children and grandchildren live in peace, and that this peace should be sustainable.
C'est donc en agissant ensemble, dans la fraternité, dans la sincérité, que nous réussirons à réconcilier nos différents peuples avec l'avenir et l'espoir d'une vie meilleure.
It is through working together in the spirit of brotherhood that we will succeed to ensure that our children find sustainable peace.
Que vive la République de l'Ouganda. Que vive le peuple de l'Ouganda.
Long live the people of Uganda.
Et que Dieu bénisse à jamais notre continent et notre région. Je dis et je vous remercie.
And may God bless our country. May God bless our region. May God bless us all. I thank you for listening to me.
Excellencies, heads of state and heads of delegation who have been introduced from the brother countries of the East African community and from other friendly countries, Their Excellencies, the First Ladies, Her Excellency Vice President of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, His Lordship Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, Members of Parliament, Secretary General of the NRM Party, members of the Diplomatic Corps, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I thank their excellencies, the heads of state, for agreeing to come and share with us this joyous occasion in spite of their busy schedule. I also thank the brother countries that sent delegations. Secondly, I congratulate all Ugandans on this occasion of the 60th anniversary of Uganda's independence. It has been quite an eventful 60 years. Naye abaganda tugamba ndekitata muyima tekimala konte. If a muhima does not die, even if the cattle die, he will always get new cattle. In spite of the numerous problems over these 60 years, Uganda is now standing and marching forward. It is not only Uganda that faced problems. So did many African countries, as the president of Burundi was telling you. That is why, on this occasion, I would like to ask the African political class the following two questions. The two historical questions are, number one, are there professors of economics in Africa? Mbuza, waliwo abasoma ebya enyingiza y'amawanga? That is question number one. Are there professors of economics in Africa? Second question, is the African political class determined to build a Latin America in Africa instead of building the United States of Africa in Africa? This generation, 60 years, what are we building? Are we building a Latin America in Africa or a United States of Africa in Africa? And I'm glad many of the leaders have spoken already on this very issue. They have all spoken on it, the ones who are here. Even by the time we defeated Idi Amin in 1979, our thinking on the philosophical, ideological, and strategic issues was well crystallized. Philosophy tries to understand man and his motivations. Ideology deals with the ideas about the management of society, and strategy deals with the methods used to implement whatever plans you have for society. On the side of philosophy, we had, by that time, by the time we defeated Idi Amin, we had discovered that while there may be some altruistic actors in society, the majority of the people were egocentric. Hence, the wisdom of using the private sector in the economy without banishing completely the use of the parastatals. On the side of ideology, we discovered that in order to create prosperity for our people through the production and sale of goods and services, we need to emphasize the four principles. And these are the principles of patriotism, loving Uganda, Pan-Africanism, loving Africa, social economic transformation, and democracy. In order to use our understanding of philosophy and our ideology to create prosperity for our people, we evolved a strategy of 10 points program. Point number 5 of that program read as follows, in quotes, building an independent, integrated, and self-sustaining national economy, end of quotes. By that time, we had already discovered that one of Africa's problems has been the curse of confining itself to the export of raw materials, where we always get less than 10% of the actual value of the end product out of those raw materials, and the resultant loss of jobs to the cleverer-led outsiders. The outsiders are better led. They take our raw materials, they get more money out of them, and create jobs for their children, when ours are here dying in the ocean trying to go to Europe. The external parasite groups are always interested in perpetuating that hemorrhage of resources and development energies from Africa to other places. What is most infuriating, however, are the comprador bourgeoisie, agents of foreign interests in Africa, who do two things. First of all, they oppose our value addition efforts so as to frustrate our industrialization efforts. Secondly, they are always importing everything from outside, including trivialities like dead people's hair. It is these processes that have stunted Africa's growth. It is a scandal if there were people to recognize real scandals. You hear people talking of scandals, but they are talking about small scandals. This is a mega centuries-old scandal, which I don't hear anybody talking about, many people talking about. The global value for trade in coffee is US dollars 460 billion. The coffee-growing countries of the whole world get only 25 billion US dollars. And wonderful Africa gets only $2.5 billion from a figure of $460 billion. This is coffee. And much of this $2.5 billion, which is coming to Africa because of coffee, is now going to Uganda, because Uganda is taking $800 million of that. Although we are producing a lot of coffee, 8 million bags, but you hear we are still getting only $800 million out of the $2.5 billion that Africa shares from a figure of 460 billion. So you are getting very little money from coffee. How about automobiles, vehicles? The global automobile business is US dollars 2.86 trillion. Obutabalika bubiri kumpi busatu. Africa's share in the manufacture of vehicles is only $30 billion out of 2.86 trillion. And I think this goes to maybe South Africa or something like that. The global pharmaceutical business is US dollars 1.42 trillion. Africa's share is US dollars 16 billion. The global business for furniture, entebe z'okutulako, banange, is US dollars 654 billion. Africa's share is 4.86 billion. Not even 10%. Not even 10%. The global business for textiles is US dollars 1 trillion. Africa's share is US dollars 31 billion. The global business of cereals, kasori, bichebi byonna, maize and all that, 1.3 trillion. Africa's share, 275 billion. The global business for milk is US dollars 308 billion. Africa's share is US dollars 18 billion. The global business for fruits is US dollars 6 to 22 billion. Africa's share, 56 billion. The global business for electronics is 1 trillion. Africa's share is 82 billion. The global business for electrical equipment is 1.5 trillion. Africa's share is 120 billion. The global business for beef, enyama, is US dollars 414 billion. Africa's share, 300 million. Not even 1 billion. Enyama, zente, zabanyankole bamwe bawano. Abaganda n'abagamba nti nabo walwente enganda nazuulirako. The global business for fish, 544 billion. Africa's share, 46 billion. It is this that prompts me to ask the question, are there professors of economics in Africa? Of course, it should be the political leaders that should evolve policies about these issues. The question, however, is, if the political actors do not see this hemorrhage, why should the academicians not see it? Are they not supposed to scan the global system so as to what is going on, where and why? Are professors and academicians not supposed to use their knowledge to see what is good or bad for their people? It is a tragedy, I'm telling you. Here in Uganda, we have had to fight the neo-colonial politicians, civil servants, parasitic importing merchants on account of this hemorrhage. Omulimu gwa Africa kusaka. Buli kintu kyonna kya kusaka. Entebe za kusaka. Entebe z'okutuulako. Bagende ne basaka entebe Dubai. Dubai eddungu ery'omusenyu likola entebe ffe abali mu kibira wano gye tusaka. So we have been through struggle, we have caused vertical integration in some sectors outlined below. Because when we came from the bush, we were clear, we told you, point number 5, build an economy which is independent, integrated, and self-sustaining, exactly solving this problem. But war here within Uganda, opposed by external forces and by internal groups. But still we have moved. On maize, we have moved. We have been able to produce kawunga because we used to get kawunga from Kenya. There was no kawunga here, no maize flour. Animal feeds, and we are targeting starch and ethanol. Milk we have succeeded. Processed liquid milk, ghee, butter, powdered milk, casein proteins, cheese, yogurt. Cotton, textiles, vegetable oil, animal feeds, gunpowder. Africans don't know that gunpowder comes from cotton. Even the scientists at Namronge, where they grow cotton, I asked them, do you know that gunpowder comes from cotton? They didn't know. African market is flooded by dead people's clothes. M30 from the USA and Europe, known as second-hand clothes, thereby exporting money and jobs. Sugarcane, we have been able to produce raw sugar, industrial sugar, ethanol, rum, animal feeds, and electricity. Beef, cattle, we have been able to produce beef, at least we don't import beef. And now we are beginning to produce leather. The other day I opened a leather factory. Fish. We have got 14 factories producing fish fillet. The Nairo Patch Mall is being developed as a big export. These factories had gone to 22, but some had to close because of the bad fishing of fishing young fish. Bananas. Our scientists have moved on the banana flour, banana starch, banana juice, banana wine, banana gin, eyo mujimanyi ndowooza. Eyo sirina kujoogerako nnyo. Waragi. Waragi oyo bamutegeera bannayuganda. Alcohol sanitizers against corona. Zyatuyamba nnyo. Here we have been having a big war with the political class and the bureaucrats over this banana project. Bananas are good for potassium and carbohydrates, apart from vitamin C in ripe bananas, amenvu. Fruits, fresh fruit exports, fruit juice, teju, we are making teju, teso juice. I gave them this name. They wanted to give it another name. I said, no, you call it teso juice. When you see all these cars which are here, Mitsubishi, I don't know what, Toyota, those are human beings in Japan. So these products of ours should get local names so that we sell our country abroad. So Teju is Teso juice. And the leather of Ruero, I will give it a name of Ruero somewhere. I will sit down and give it a proper name. Fruit pulp, I have not heard whether you are producing jam. That one I have not got very well. Sorghum, Umuemba, We are now using it for brewing beer. Pines, MT, ceiling boards, furniture. Until recently, furniture for Uganda, including government departments, was being imported from China, India, Dubai, etc. Imagine that. Entebbe obutebe ezo nazo za kusaka. Mama Janet here had to have a big fight in the Ministry of Education, where they were giving tenders to companies in India to supply chairs for schools. And yet we had people here who were making furniture, but they were not being allowed by these wonderful people. Now, gold refinery. We have got a gold refinery. Finally, we are able to fully process gold. But you are not using it. The gold which is processed in Entebbe, you don't use it to make jewelry. You should make jewelry out of that gold. Limestone, cement blocks, pavers, scrap metal, steel bars, mtaimbwa, steel gate doors, used car batteries, recycled batteries, rubber, car and motorcycle tires, PVC plastics, textiles, blankets, palm oil, soap, cooking oil, sesame seeds, cooking oil, soap manufacture, marble tiles, marble. We get marble tiles and sanitary ware. Clay. We are now making industrial ceramics. These were being imported also. You can imagine. Ceramics just for floors of houses were being imported. Until somebody, a Chinese person, so why do you import these tiles? Why not make them here? You have got the best clay here. Granite, pavers, building blocks, tea leaves. There we have got 31 factories, at least, but they need to be improved. These achievements have been in spite of the stiff opposition we have been facing from the parasites and their foreign backers, such as the Monitor newspaper. To take an example, this paper, on the 22nd of May, 2022, it said in quotes, "Coffee deal stinks." That's what they were saying. Nti entege kaze tulina kumwanyi ziwunya. Bali awo kubanga bwoyogera omuntu akuli mu maaso kiba kirungi when you talk about somebody who is there, not backbiting him. Coffee deal stinks, but key culprit will not be punished. Key culprit is myself. I am here. I am abundant here. Let me say anankwatako. I am the promoter of the tea, of the coffee value addition. Tewali mulala akirimu Yoweri Museveni. Amanya ga Yoweri Museveni mugamanya amalala ebyo katubireke tulina abagenyi wano. In other words, Museveni is committing a crime by trying to add value to the Uganda coffee. Since 1986, I've been trying to get investors to add value to our coffee. On the 12th of November 1997, I wrote a letter to the Honorable Mayanja Nkangi to complain about lack of movement on the issue of adding value to coffee. Our farmers, even today, our farmers are paid an equivalent of 70 cents per kilo of low-grade coffee. The same kilogram, when roasted, ground into powder and packaged, it sells for $12.9 in supermarkets. This is the slavery I cannot accept. How can it be that the professors, economics professors of Africa, do not see this? How can it be that the ministries of finance of Africa do not see this? On the 12th of November, 1997, I wrote the following letter to the Honorable Mayanya Nkangi, who was our Minister of Finance at that time. It's a long letter, but maybe you will read it in the paper. But I can read it here. Reference is made to our cabinet meeting of 3rd of November 1997 held in Masaka. In that meeting, I brought to cabinet 3 containers of instant coffee, 1 plastic container with a capacity of 100 grams of blended coffee, Robusta and Arabica, originating from Uganda but processed abroad, was selling at $14. Just 100 grams, not even a kilo. So this letter was saying that at that time, when we get $1, somebody somewhere from a kilo, somebody somewhere in the world gets $70. That's what I was saying in this letter. You will see it in the document when it is published. After that, I engaged the Nestle group in Davos. This group which has got its label on coffee. They made it clear that they already had their factory for coffee processing in the UK and would not build a new one. Hence, we had to remain as the raw material producers, getting only 5% of the value of the coffee we grow. They, moreover, try to muddy the water by claiming that blending of the different coffees can only take place in Europe. We told them that Uganda had all the varieties, and the blending would be done here. That has been the war I've been involved in until I got the Vinci company to help me. The one who monitor was the campaigning, was saying that in Wunya. Tugenda kutegera Wunya. Tugenda mpola mpola. Tutegere ani Wunya. Arwana ku Uganda oba kati gye tulindako. You heard how some of the MPs were talking in that war. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere had built a coffee processing factory in Bukoba, in Tanzania, near the border of Uganda. When I heard of that, I linked our people with that effort. They were producing an end product known as Star Coffee. Unknown to me, the officials of Uganda allowed that effort to die out, or get stunted. What blindness and betrayal this is. I don't even know what is happening to that factory, the one in Bukoba, because my people pulled away without telling me. To add to the story of coffee, there is the story of iron ore. Uganda has got the purest iron ore of Tare in the world, 70% pure. The nearest is the one of Peru, which is 58% pure. An Indian company, working with some locals, had planned to export this high-grade raw material to India and to be paid US dollars 47 per ton. Out of 1,000 kilograms of this iron ore, when you process it, you get 700 kilograms of steel. A ton of steel at that time was selling at US dollars 550. So you can imagine, here, you Ugandans, you get $47. Somebody goes and gets 550 from your iron ore here. Today, a ton of steel is US dollars 700. I stopped that theft. If I had not stopped that theft, it would have meant that Uganda would be donating money and jobs to the outsiders and would be losing its natural resources and remain perpetually underdeveloped. I cannot be part of this. We have now finally got investors that are ready to build a vertically integrated steel industry that will produce high-grade products that we need for hydropower dams, for high-rise buildings, for the standard gauge railway, and for our automobile and military industries. Each year, Uganda spends US dollars 362 million on the imported steel and steel products. East Africa spends 2.5 billion on steel products if you include automobiles, which consume a lot of steel. Yes, we have 12 factories recycling scrap metal. This scrap steel helps us to get Mtayimbwa steel bars for low-strength buildings. The products of recycled steel cannot, however, be used for high-strength structures such as dams, the standard gauge railway, etc. Hence, the endless hemorrhage. Why should this be tolerated? Why should this be happening in Africa 65 years after Ghana's independence? This crime of donating Africa's resources at a pittance to clever outsiders applies to copper, cobalt, tin, coltan, etc. Any wonder that African youth do not have jobs and must go for semi-slave jobs abroad. Those jobs are donated by African planners to the outsiders. This is the war I've been fighting here in Uganda for the last almost 62 years. I thank those elements in the NRM that seriously support this position. I appeal to all the others to support these liberation efforts. It's a matter of survival and crucial for our prosperity. The second question I want to pose again is the political class in Africa determined to build a Latin America in Africa or a United States of Africa in Africa? This question should have been answered at independence. Mwalimu Nyerere, Nkrumah, Modibo Keita, Sékou Touré, and maybe Lumumba was killed too early, raised this question and tried to answer it in a correct way. Their voices were, however, smothered by the collaborators, and instead the nebulous OAU was created. In the last 500 years, two good laboratories have emerged on the global stage. Two laboratories have emerged on the global stage: Latin America and the North American continent. European populations expanded into the two continents of the Americas that were inhabited by Indians of the West. The European populations came from Spain and Portugal to take over Latin America, and from the UK to take over North America. After 500 years, there is great prosperity in North America and misery and poverty in Latin America. Yet in terms of natural resources, water, forests, agricultural land, minerals, etc., Latin America may be richer than North America. What then accounts for the difference? The difference partly emerged from the political economic organization of the two continents. Latin America is excessively fragmented politically and economically, comprised of 12 countries, and if you include the Caribbean, the total number of countries rises to 25. The North American continent, on the other hand, is comprised of only 3 countries: Mexico, the USA, and Canada. The USA is a 3 million square miles unit with a population of 332 million people. It is that big market that stimulated the growth of the USA economy. It is not easy to be a successful business person in Honduras, population 10 million. El Salvador, population 6 million. Panama, population 4 million, etc., etc., on account of the smaller populations. In Latin America, they never even attempted to form a common market like the one of Europe. A common market, however, would not be free of problems of discordance. You have seen Britain walking out of that body, and we have seen the tensions with Hungary, Serbia, etc. Hence, the best formula, if possible, so as to create a framework for guaranteeing prosperity of people, is the USA formula, which entails both political and economic integration. Here in Africa, it points to the creation of the political federations, like the ones of East Africa. Such a federation would not only guarantee the prosperity of the people through a big market, it would also guarantee offtake for producers of goods and services, but it would also ensure strategic security of people. Nobody could dare to threaten their security. They would ensure their 4-dimensional strategic security on land, in the air, at sea, and in space. It would also deal with the problem of the suppressed fraternity of the African peoples. The 54 countries of Africa created by colonialism do not pay the slightest attention to the 4 linguistic groups of Africa. The 4 are the Niger-Congo, the Nilo-Saharan, the Afro-Asiatic, and the Khoisan. These are the 4 clusters of nations based on language. Obviously, the 54 countries do not pay attention to this. Hence, here in East Africa, you find the interacustrian Bantus of this area as scattered in Uganda, Congo, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and Kenya. Yet these are peoples whose dialects are mutually intelligible. Some months ago, at Munyonyo, I found a group of young people seated. When I engaged them, I found they were Kenyans. Of course, it is not easy to know who is a Kenyan and who is a Ugandan by looking at them. You have to ask them. I then asked one of them, a girl, what her name was. Her answer was Kwambuka. Her name was Kwambuka. Kwambuka. Where do you come from? Was my next question. Her answer, Kisii. Kisii in Kenya, the land of His Excellency, Dr. Ruto. Then my next question was, what does Kwambuka mean in Kisii? I asked the young lady. The answer, it means crossing a river or a valley. The young lady answered. That is exactly what it means in the Runyakitara dialects. You can't believe it. It is not only the interaction Bantu that are fragmented in these countries. How about our Luos in South Sudan, Congo, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania? The Kalenjin, Uganda, South Sudan, and Kenya. And the Ateke, South Sudan, Congo, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. When you talk of the Luo, you are talking of the Alurs, Achoris, Langis, Japadola, Luos, Anuak in Ethiopia, Kumam. When you talk of the Kalenjin, you are talking of the Sabini, Pokot, Nandis, Kipsigis, etc. When you talk of the Ateke, you are talking of the Kakwaz, the Bari, the Topotha, the Turkana, the Karamojong, the Itoset, etc. Where do the Maasai belong? Are they Ateke or Kalenjin? Help the author, please. However, I know that they are certainly Nairo-Hamitic. In the case of East Africa, we have the added value, added bonus in the form of the fraternity of the Swahili language speakers. It has therefore been long, ever since the NRM and its precursors started supporting the struggle for the realization of the dream of the East African Federation. If we had achieved that by 1963, as the elders had intended, this part of the world would be very far. Some of the political elite let down Africa in 1963 by frustrating that effort. If that federation had been launched in 1963, you can be sure that Idi Amin would never have taken power in Uganda. There would have been no genocide in Rwanda or the killings in Burundi. Congo would have stabilized long ago. The problems of South Sudan would have been solved much earlier, and the problem of Somalia may not have turned out the way it did. Even today, the sort of problems we are facing would be easily solved. Take the problem, and I'm glad His Excellency Ruto spoke on this. Take the problem of high food prices, for instance. A few years ago, Uganda produced 5 million tons of maize. Uganda consumed only 1 million tons because Ugandans have other foods. It is only institutions and the animal feeds manufacturers that use maize. There was therefore a surplus of 4 million tons, which had no market in East Africa on account of the non-tariff barriers, protectionism. The prices collapsed, and the farmers in Uganda walked away from growing maize. Only now to be told that there is a big demand for maize, and even people are dying. The store of maize is the same as the store of milk, sugar, rice. Some Ugandans wanted me to stop Tanzanian rice. Please, I would not do that. If the Tanzanians are growing rice more cheaply, let them grow it and you buy from them. And if you want, you can apply and you shift and go and ask the Tanzanian government to allow you to do rice in Tanzania. In my opinion, East Africans will be better off if the most efficient East African producers are encouraged so that the whole of the region benefits. Recently, I was told of some attempts to block rice from Tanzania in order to protect the inefficient rice growers of Uganda. I could not accept such blindness. Why? First of all, punish Ugandans to consume expensive rice while Tanzanian brothers can produce cheaper rice. The other blindness is that you should remember that if you block Tanzanian rice, Tanzania will also block something else from Uganda, where then is the future of prosperity for our region. Why block East African products and open our markets for subsidized goods from Europe, China, Brazil, etc.? Those should be the ones to be blocked because they are unfairly selling in our market. Foreign government subsidized goods versus our unsubsidized goods. If you allow subsidized Brazilian products to kill the market for Uganda's sugar in East Africa, what return benefit will East Africa get from Brazil? What does Brazil give you in return? East Africa is a potential superpower of the League of India or China. If we integrate economically and politically, assisted fortunately by the Swahili language, which is part of the heritage of this area. If our economics professors wake up and see the hemorrhage the NRM revolutionaries have been seeing ever since the 1960s on account of only producing raw materials, and the political class determines not to build a Latin America in Africa, but instead build a United States of Africa in Africa, a very prosperous and secure future for Africa will be ensured. In spite of the missed opportunities in the East African region, and in spite of so many avoidable mistakes that were committed by different actors, Uganda finally stabilized and started not only growing, but also undergoing socio-economic transformation ever since 1986. The small independence enclave colonial economy of 1962, of the 3 Cs and 3 Ts, had by 1986 shrunk by 25%. The 3 Cs were coffee, cotton, and copper, and the 3 Ts were tobacco, tea, and tourism. By 1986, all the 3 Cs had disappeared except coffee, that was still limping on. All the 3 Ts had disappeared except tobacco, which was still limping on. Having lost 24 years, because you are talking of 60 years, actually you should be talking of 36 years. Because 24 of the 60 years were lost. Having lost 24 years of the 60 years, the NRM, our movement, had fortunately had many years of clarifying our ideological, philosophical, and strategic position on almost all issues of society and economy. We had already distilled our 4 principles of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. To realize the 4 principles, we put forward the 10 points program, out of which point number 5 was the one guiding us to build an integrated, independent, and self-sustaining national economy that rejected the slave role of confining ourselves to producing raw materials. The principle of patriotism struck a blow at the politics of identity, sectarianism of religion and tribes, and pushed forward the politics of legitimate interests of the people. That is why, ever since 1989, the NRM always won all elections by absolute majority in both popular votes and the electoral colleges on the first round. We have never had a second round here. And I congratulate His Excellency Ruto for winning on the first round. In the 1962 independence elections, no party could win by absolute majority because they had fragmented the electorate in sectarian groups that could never attract broad support. Guided by our principle of Pan-Africanism, when we won power, we worked with Mzee Hassan Mwinyi, Mzee Benjamin Mkapa, Mzee Daniel Arap Moi, supported by Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who was still alive that time, to revive the East African community, which was re-inaugurated on the 30th of November 1999. Guided by the same principles, we stood with the African brothers in South Africa, Namibia, South Sudan, Rwanda, Burundi, Somalia, etc. It is this principle that educates us not to aim at building a Latin America in Africa, but building a United States of Africa in Africa to ensure the prosperity of our people and the strategic security of Africa. Our belief in patriotism and Pan-Africanism enabled us to build a strong national army for the first time since the collapse of the Bourgeois Empire around the year 1500 AD. This is partly on account of the ideology of anti-sectarianism. We do not look at soldiers with sectarian lenses, but with soldiership and ideological lenses for patriotism. That is how we were able to build an army that could go for so long and anywhere for either no pay or low pay. This strong army has been always backed by a vast structure of popular support in the form of the RCs, resistance councils, diluted by the politicians to LOCs. They didn't like resistance, they changed it to that they are local. I also kept quiet. This peace architecture has enabled the economy to recover and thrive. By the end of last financial year, the size of the economy was $45 billion, having grown from $1.5 billion in 1986. The economy had therefore expanded 30 times since 1986, and we had entered the lower end of the middle income status with a per capita GDP of US dollars 1,046. This was in spite of the population growing from 14 million in 1986 to 43 million now. We could have achieved more if it was not for the obstructions we normally get from careerist politicians and administrators or neo-colonial agents. One of the big mistakes has been the refusal by the careerist political administrative class to transform the pre-capitalist traditional society into a food secure and commercially active class with a chibaro, a sabu, looking for the most remunerative enterprises compared to the family land size and generally getting you involved in the money economy by the whole society. This is in spite of the guidance we have been giving the country ever since 1995, when I made a countrywide tour giving facts of what can be done after I had carried out successful transformation in the cattle corridor. On account of this negligence by the political and administrative classes, by 2013, the homesteads that were still in the subsistence sector were 68%, having been 96% in 1969. That is when I involved the army in the form of OW, Operation Wealth Creation. The figures show that there has been a decline in the homesteads that still work for the stomach. With the parish development model and the Myoga, not forgetting the bigger industrialization and modernization programs, we are sure to finally involve all the homesteads in the money economy. We have sent money to the parish circles and to the Myoga. This is going to unleash massive production of food, beverages, other raw materials that must be processed by factories. Moreover, agriculture will now be firmly anchored on irrigation. Therefore, the erraticness of production in agriculture is over. This in turn means the damage to the water bodies must stop, because we need the water for irrigation. Out of the 60 million acres of Uganda, 8.9 million are covered by water bodies and wetlands. And assuming we have forests covering 30% of the country, that would leave us 15.3 million acres for agriculture. If 10 million acres were used for intensive agriculture of the 4 acres model, that would give us 2.5 million small farms. In the Ruengaju area, our small-scale farmers using only 1 acre are employing 15 people per farm. Using this conservative figure, the 2.5 million small farms would employ 37.5 million people. Assuming the other 5 million acres were for medium-scale farming, using farms of 100 acres each, we should have 50,000 farms. These, in addition to the intensive agriculture activities of the small farms, would use extensive agriculture to produce maize, sugarcane, cotton, tea, tobacco, etc., products that only make economic sense when they are produced on a large scale. These would create their own jobs. All this is just in agriculture. How about industry, manufacturing? How about services? How about ICT? The problem, therefore, is not jobs. The problem is the neo-colonial thinking that is always off the point and not able to understand the strong potential of Africa. Now that we have solved the problem of electricity, we are moving full steam on all the opportunities of the value addition in agro-processing, fruit processing, animal feeds for maize, cassava flour and starch, banana flour and starch, ethanol from different sources, etc., paper from forest products, sealing boards from forest products, vertically integrated steel industry, food processing of copper, fertilizer industry from our phosphates, the pathogenic economy of vaccines and pharmaceuticals, and the diagnostics and sanitizers, and the knowledge industry of automobiles and electronics, as you saw here, these which are already being made here. With our East African brothers and sisters, the sky is the limit. Recently, I'm about to finish Mnange miaka nkaga. 60 years, please, muzikirize, allow me. Munikubali miaka 60, sio kitu rahisi. Wacha nitoa maneno yote. Recently, there was yet another manifestation of imperialistic arrogance and hegemonism by elements in the European Parliament, whereby they decreed from Brussels that East African crude pipeline should not be constructed until those arrogant actors permit us to do so. Parasitic elements from that part of the world have been causing problems for Africa and the world for the last 500 years. It all started with 1453 AD, when the Turkish Ottomans captured Constantinople and blocked the land route for Europe to the east for trade in silk, spices, etc. The Europeans, led by Portugal, legitimately started looking for an alternative sea route to the east to outflank the blockade, partly due to our internal weaknesses caused by the bankrupt tribal chiefs. What started as a search for alternative route to the east soon became a mega slave trading phenomenon: colonialism, exploitation, looting, and genocide in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. By 1900, the whole of Africa had been colonized except for Ethiopia. However, soon the Africans and other colonized peoples reorganized and launched a massive anti-colonial movement in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the struggle for equal rights by the black nation in the USA. The African National Congress was founded in South Africa in 1912. By 1994, the arrogant imperialists were defeated in South Africa. Earlier on, the colonized peoples had achieved victories in Indonesia, India, Indochina, Mozambique, Kenya, Algeria, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Zimbabwe, Namibia, and the whole of Africa, either through armed struggle or through peaceful mass struggle. 1994, with the liberation of South Africa, should have marked the end of imperialist arrogance and meddling in the affairs of their former victims. However, some elements are incorrigible, as you can see from this resolution. The patriotic forces in the world are, however, much stronger, and the patriotic forces in Uganda are much stronger and very capable in all dimensions. The imperialists use the mistakes and the weakness of Africa. Otherwise, Africa is invincible, as was shown by the victories in Mozambique, Angola, and Zimbabwe. East Africans, therefore, should not worry about those arrogant people, that those arrogant people can stop the oil project in East Africa. If any actor tries to delay our project, we shall decisively deal with that betrayal according to the relevant laws. We shall develop all the aspects of the project with willing partners. Initially, I was not interested in the pipeline. I was only interested in the refinery to produce petrol, diesel, aviation fuel for East African market. It is Total who insisted, even when Uganda had to give away US dollars 20.7 per barrel to use the pipeline. In the end, we support the pipeline because it contributes something modest to our Tanzanian sisters and brothers who, under Mwalimu's leadership, contributed so much to Africa, including Uganda, in the anti-colonialism effort. Besides, the pipeline corridor provided by the Tanzanian government will bring to us gas from Tanzania and Mozambique because our gas resources are not that big. We need gas for fertilizer manufacture, to produce chemicals, etc. Therefore, down with the imperialist parasitic measures. However, Africa should know that even during the anti-colonial struggle, we had progressive whites that were on our side. Lord Fena Brockway, Sir Dingo Foot, Professor George Shepard, etc. worked with Mzee Musazi in our anti-colonial struggle. Even today, there are progressive forces in Western Europe who can work for the common good of humanity, who are not part of white chauvinism. We shall seek them out. Most importantly, the oil project and other projects are unstoppable. The NRM has always had a correct philosophical, ideological, and strategic grasp of all issues. Nothing can derail us, in spite of the good movement in the world to curb the emissions of the greenhouse gases and move away from oil as fuel for cars. Our oil will remain valuable. We shall still need the oil for textiles like the shirt I normally put on. It is 65% polyester, which is from oil. We need hydrocarbons for fertilizer, nitrogen, for plastics, for tar, for our roads. As you saw, we are moving on the electric vehicles, electric pickups, using hydrogen for steel manufacture, etc. However, our oil will remain useful for other non-polluting purposes. All living things have carbon in them. Carbon is not a problem. The problem has been greed of foreigners who jump from this to that looking for money without careful and honest study. Before the coming of foreigners, Africa was using solar energy, wind energy, etc. for drying things, processing millet, and using carbon for blacksmithing in a controlled way. With the more understanding of natural laws, science, if we would do away with greed, all these products can be used safely and sustainably. When oil will no longer be needed for driving cars, it will serve us longer for use for other purposes. I thank everybody. In particular, I thank their excellencies, His Excellency Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi and Chairman of the East African Community, His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of South Sudan, His Excellency Sheikh Mohamud, President of the Republic of Somalia, His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Dr. Ali Mwinyi, President of Zanzibar, and the Chairman of the Revolutionary Council representing the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Ebua Jean-Pierre, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Public Service of DRC, and His Excellency Professor Manasi Nshuti, Minister of State for East African Affairs, representing the Republic of Rwanda, and Dr. Peter Mathuku, Secretary General of the East African Community, and Honorable Sadio Kamara, Minister of Defense of the Republic of Mali, for honoring us by positively responding to my invitation to be with us on this occasion. This is part of Undugu. Thank you so much. Ambassador, have you survived the speech? Muchariwo katonda yebazigo oba muonye speech eno. Asante sana kama kuvumilia hii hotuba ndefu kiasi hichi. 30 pages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
You, sir.
Mheshimiwa Rais, huo ndio mwisho ya gwaride. Naomba kupaa bendera uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais.
Should we?
Ejakait. Ejakait ukuror. Thank you. Thank you. Parade Commander hands over to his second command.
Raisi, stop kwa madaraka.
E alama noi e jakait kanu okirol. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thank all of you that have taken time to join us as we celebrate 60 years of Uhuru, 60 years of independence. The first 24 years, Your Excellency, we were counting 9 presidents. Our colleagues, neighbors, were counting 2 or 3. Today they have reached 5, 4. I think we can wait for them to catch up with 9. Then we can move forward. We thank God. We thank God for assigning you to lead this country the way you have done. We praise Him for the stability, and we thank God for our good neighbors that are working towards the East African Federation. The Excellencies, our guests, are starting to depart, and the first to leave will be the President of South Sudan, His Excellency General Salva Kiir Mayardad. His Excellency Mayardit will be followed by the President of Burundi, His Excellency Sylvestre Ndayishimiye.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the First Lady, Mama Janet Kataha Museveni, visiting heads of the East African region and beyond, allow me to thank you and our visitors for attending these celebrations. Your Excellency, permit me to briefly recognize our visiting delegation led by Honorable Samuel Chepkonga and Senator Margaret Kamau, together with 8 other delegates who attended the National Prayer Breakfast. Your Excellency, at this juncture, you and our visitors were also joined by the following VIPs who should stand up for recognition. Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, His Lordship, the Chief Justice, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of Parliament, the Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Right Honorable Second Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Third Deputy Prime Minister, the NRM Secretary General, Honorable members of Honorable Ministers and Ministers of State. Your Excellency, the departure procedure will be as follows. Burundi, followed by South Sudan, Somalia third, South Sudan, Somalia, and Kenya. Bapak present. Soka Burundi, South Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, South Sudan is leaving. Somalia, Kenya tena Somalia is leaving. Next is Kenya. Kenya is leaving. Next is Tanzania. Next is Tanzania. Okay. Next is Democratic Republic of Congo. Tanzania is leaving. Next is the Democratic Republic of Congo. Next is DRC. DRC is leaving. Next is Rwanda. Rwanda is leaving. Next is the Secretary General of the East African Community. Next is is the Secretary General of the East African Community. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, lives at leisure. Next is Mali. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, is leaving. Thank you, Excellency, the President, and Mama, the First Lady, for gracing this function. God bless you, Excellency. God bless Mama, the First Lady. God bless Uganda. God bless East Africa and Africa at large. I want to thank Her Excellency, the Vice President, for participating the Right Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Vice Chairman of the NRM Party, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Second Deputy Prime Minister, the Third Prime Minister, the NRM Secretary General, Honourable Cabinet Ministers and Ministers of State, Honourable Members of Parliament, thank you so much.
We are now on the ground in Kololo, coming to the climax moments of the celebrations marking 60 years of Uganda independence. We are now seeing the convoys recessing from the ground in the order in which they came. We have seen delegations from other countries that have been taking part in the participation of this function marking 60 years of Uganda independence from the ceremonial grounds here in Kololo. We started in the morning at around 8 up to now, and we are now seeing the climax of the function. Now, the president of Uganda is among the last delegations now, groups leaving. As you can see, his vehicles in my background. Now, in his speech, the president raised a number of issues of interest and concern to Uganda as we mark 60 years. One of the things that the president raised is the progress of Uganda and generally Africa as we move in the next 50 years. He talked about the exploitation that Africa and Uganda has seen, the injustices, economic injustices that Africa has seen, including sending raw materials from Africa, which to him said were giving jobs to the rest of the world. He also talked about the oil project, and he assured Ugandans that this project will continue, even with some concerns and some sabotage from some quarters of the globe. Actually, he cited some groups from Africa, but also from Europe. But the president was categorical, saying that even in Europe we still have people who believe and support the African cause, and we shall still move on with the oil project pipeline. Now, in the audience today, we received, like I said earlier, 5 heads of state. I did in the beginning mention that we had the president of Congo. Apparently, it was not the president of Congo, but it was the vice prime minister of Congo who represented the president of Congo today. But we had the president of South Sudan, President Salva Kiir. We had the president of Somalia, President Hassan Mohamud. We had the president of Zanzibar, actually, who represented the president of the United Republic of Tanzania, Hassan Mwinyi. We also had the president of Burundi, who came also to participate in this year's celebrations for Uganda, marking 60. President Ndai's president of Burundi. We also had delegations coming from Mali, which were, the group was led by the Mali Minister for Defense, and Rwanda also with the Minister of Rwanda. We are now winding up with Kololo, and on behalf of the team which was on ground, on the cameras and the control, we now hand you back to Broadcasting House on Nilo Avenue. Thank you so much for being with us, and thank you. Continue back with our usual programming. Don't go away. Thank you.
Born again, free and independent.
Independence Day in Uganda is celebrated on 9th October every year. This event holds an important position in the history of Uganda as it marks the country's freedom from their former colonial master. Uganda has made significant strides in 59 years. Agriculture remains the main thrust of Uganda's economic growth. Increased employment and growth opportunities, direct and indirect jobs within the ICT sector. The total number of referral hospitals has increased to 181. The